We'd like to invite all our guests to please take your seats as we're about to commence this event shortly. Just a kind reminder to leave your mics on mute, mobile phones on silent as we progress into this morning's program. All right.
Right? This is you.
Yeah, sure.
So you just follow this one.
Okay, Ken. Ken. Escape. All right. Yeah, I can feel, but I can't see him so well.
Oh, you can see. All right. Of course. Test. Don't touch, don't touch.
Waiting for attendees to join. Silakan Kak.
Ini dah cari the maximum. Oh my god, what did I do?
Don't touch the.
It's 100% already.
Okay. Yeah, please don't unmute. Okay, don't unmute.
Yeah.
Don't touch anything.
Yeah.
You just follow this one, alright? Nanti waktu refer to this one.
Berapa minit queue tak ada untuk biasa.
Just count down.
Siapa ada sign ada count tak ada?
It's 2 minutes, eh?
2 minit betul untuk time ni. Siapa?
Ah?
Someone needs to be on mute. You need a call on the team needs to be on mute.
Siapa ada?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can.
Just don't touch.
Yeah. Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3. We'd like to invite all our guests to please take your seats as we're about to commence this event shortly.
Very good.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Syed Hussein Al-Habsyi, Chairman of Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan MAIWP, Associate Professor Dr. Amir bin Shaharuddin, Chief Executive Officer Yayasan WAQF Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor, Convener of the 8th Global WAQF Conference, Tan Sri Datuk Hashim Mion, Chairman of Perbadanan Wakaf Nasional Berhad, Honorable Mr. Amil Hizam Hamzah, Chief Executive Officer Uni Razak, Professor Datin Paduka Dr. Samsina Madzid Sidin, Vice Chancellor Uni Razak, Professor Dr. Zulkifli Muhammad, Deputy Vice Chancellor Uni Razak, Associate Professor Dr. Fadlan Muhammad Osman, CEO Al Madinah International University, Associate Dr. Zulkifli bin Hassan, Deputy Director for Student Development and Community Engagement, International Islamic University, Mr. Muhammad Abida, Acting Head, Islamic Development Bank, ISDB, Regional Office, Kuala Lumpur, Mr. Hamid Rashid, Founder, Fintera, Tan Sri, Datuk, Datin, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, honorable government officials, respected speakers, esteemed members of the academic fraternity, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the organizing committee of the Global WAQF Conference 2020 and Uni Razak, it is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the 8th edition of the Global WAQF Conference 2020. My name is Anita and I'll be your Masters of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global WAQF Conference, GWC, is one of the largest and most comprehensive forums dedicated to the development of WAQF. Held on a yearly basis, the GWC's vision is to bring together influential experts, policymakers, scholars, regulators, and practitioners to address and explore new approaches, challenges, and opportunities for WAQF development globally, as well as to share new ideas and success stories which are making impact globally. The Global WAQF Conference has been successfully held in various countries, including Malaysia, Indonesia, Russia, Thailand, Turkey, and the UK. Can I now have your attention to watch a short 3-minute highlight video from last year's 7th GWC 2020 held in Kuala Lumpur. Let's take a look. All right, ladies and gentlemen, although a physical annual event this year is being held virtually for the first time from Malaysia due to the COVID-19 pandemic, despite this, the attraction and importance of WAQF is such that even though this is being held virtually, we still have a tremendous response from all over the world, with delegates logging in and attending despite their vast time differences. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, to start off our program, may I now invite Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Matnoor, the convener of the 8th Global WAQF Conference Organizing Committee, to deliver his welcome address. Persilakan, Dr. Muhammad Ghazali.
Testing. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, this morning we are gathered in Kuala Lumpur for the 8th Global WAQF Conference. And this is significant. Amidst the global insecurity that we face today by nations, by organizations in business sector, by community, and by individuals who have felt the impact of the COVID pandemic that's affecting the world. But for all of us at Global WAQF Conference, we offer hope and also a beacon of opportunity for fellow mankind to truly realize there is still alternative mainstream model of how to organize our life in all aspects of our pursuit of happiness and success in this world. It is more significant that when we visit the WAQF model, it is to be understood that it's inspired a scripture and also the promise of how blessings and providence dividends upon each nation, organization, and individual life. It is with this hope that we set upon the Global WAQF Conference and all of us who are involved in it to realize there is much to do in order to realize the potential and the possibilities of WAQF. From the screen, you may see the various areas that we have to cover. And what we are engaging today, technically, is to reset the strategic mapping of WAQF for the world and for our community, and more so at our individual level. We have to understand that WAQF has been part of the civilization of all of us for 1,442 years. But yet, instead, we have to know that the Muslim nations and all of us today are living in a new era where yesterday's experience, exposure, and trends are changing in an era that many of us call the digital era. In this context, we have noticed Malaysia took a very drastic and significant watershed in its history of 63 years of independence by announcing in the national budget of 2021 that Malaysia shall have an official stand of WAQF in the national development mainstream today. It is important to note when WAQF becomes a comparable and alternative in the mainstream of the country, it calls for every particular ranking and hierarchy of the leadership, whether in government, whether in the GLCs, whether in the state authorities, and communities and individual fellow Muslim and fellow citizens, there is a vast potential to realize. When the government announced on November the 6th, we were delighted because what it tells us today, Malaysia's experience in social economic engineering for the last 30 years has significantly changed the social economic landscape of economic opportunities and employment generation, as well as wealth assets creation that we have seen today and will see for tomorrow. Now let's look at our data. We visited the statement of our National Trust account. In 2019, the amount of depositors is 10.2 million, and the accumulated capital deposit is 167 billion. You always know we have another parallel institution where fellow Muslims also deposited their funds for the basic initiative and incentive to live for this world and the hereafter. And what we see today, the accumulation assets of nearly 250 billion is left ideally by the individual depositor. The call of the government, each depositor in the PMB and also in the corporate value assets of our GLCs, and plus the possible repeat of depositors in Tabung Haji will release immense sum of money for WAQF to be a next generation of social economic growth in our country. Imagine if every individual today of 10 million declare 1% of their deposit to be part of the natural WAQF fund. Naturally, the government and the society will have a long-term destiny of our success and happiness guaranteed by own volition to share what our health and our wealth for the sake of the Creator, for humanity today and generations tomorrow. I personally feel that the time has come for all of us to change and transform the governance of WAQF for tomorrow. Amidst the new development that we face today, Muslims have no choice, but they must change the socio-economic pursuit of success to own what they have to under the Maqasid Sharia in light of our civilizational legacy. And we all know from history, Islam was built and has built 7 civilizations. In this 21st century, we are no longer excused from not realizing our place in humanity. And it's only today, all the institutions around the world, be it at the national government, at the community development, at the mosque and surah level, and more so individual level, they must realize they are no longer just a believer. In Islam, Allah tells us those who practice goodness, they will realize the potential of goodness for the community. Be as the Muslimin, and therefore we shall practice regular charity for the sake of the society and humanity of all faiths and all nations, as promised in the faith of Islam and for humanity. I will take this single opportunity to thank all my friends and support in all the organizations listed in our screen that have joined us for the last 7-8 years. Similarly, we like to extend our welcome to all our international delegates and those who are here today and this morning on this virtual world. There have been more than 700 who have registered, and more those who are in the home, in the MRT, or in the open fields, enjoying the fruits of technology, bringing knowledge and also enterprise down to your doorstep. I want to take this opportunity again to ensure that the GWC is our common platform for humanity. Malaysia takes its leadership from the IDP Islamic vision of 1440 to continue the Islamic vision of development, where socio-economic justice plus happiness of mankind is our mandate, as all of us must believe in it and act in it. Finally, my dear brothers and sisters around the world and my fellow countrymen in Malaysia, we have to make our work together, and let it begin with WAQF in action, and also to make WAQF our mainstream in our daily pursuit of life as a way of culture in all aspects of life. Inshallah, we ask to Allah to pray this gathering, His wisdom and mercy to all of us to take this new duty and obligation to change the fate of nations, community, family, and all of us individually. I thank you for your kind attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Matnoor, the convener of the 8th Global WAQF Conference Organizing Committee. As such, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our partners, especially Uni Raza, the International Islamic University of Malaysia, Fintera, Al Madinah International University, ISDB, Multimedia University, Emerald Publishing, and iFikir, just to name a few. Now gives me pleasure to call upon the Honorable Chairman of Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan, MAIWP, yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Syed Hussein Al-Habshi, to deliver his keynote address titled WAQF, an Insight, Revisit and Moving Forward. Persilakan, yang berbahagia Datuk.
Thank you. Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana lihada wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana Allah. Bismillahilladzi la yadurru ma'a ismihi syai'un fil ard wala fis sama' wa huwas samiul alim. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guest speakers, members of the net, viewers and participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First and foremost, I would like to thank Uni Raza, and I would like to commend Uni Raza, the leadership of Uni Raza, for continuing organizing this global WAQF conference. Just to share with you, I have participated in the series, at least 2 series of GWC, one in 2015 in Moscow and also in Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like also to acknowledge and to recognize the immense contribution personality like Dr. Ghazali Muhammad Noor and also Professor Bourgeois, who have the patience for continuing giving support and to make sure this global WAQF conference is still active. And what I hope is that with the leadership of Uni Raza, they will bring, inshallah, this global WAQF conference no more at the regional stage, but to make it to the next level as a player in the world stage. When you talk about WAQF conference, it will be the reputable conference where practitioners, Muslim leaders are waiting for to participate, inshallah. In Islam, accumulation of wealth and its distributions are closely related. The origin of WAQF, as we know them today, are traced back to a statement by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as thawab ba'd al-wafa, yani reward after death. An Abi Hurairah radhiyallahu an Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam قال إذا مات الإنسان انقطع عنه عمله إلا من ثلاثة.
Dia dari nombor tu. Banyak kat atas ni.
إلا من صدقة جارية أو علم ينفع به أو ولد صالح يدعو له.
Full.
When a person dies, all her acts come to an end. The 3 recurring ongoing charity, one is charity or knowledge from which people benefit, or a pious offspring who prays for him or her. WAQF is the best instrument for facilitating this. Throughout Islamic history, WAQF was one of the very important instruments in the wealth distribution system of Islam. WAQF institutions and initiatives have been known to have the ability to contribute to the economy and could play a vital role in the socio-economic development of the Muslim society. It plays an important and precious role along the Islamic history, especially during the time of Ottoman Khalifa. There were various institutions, organizations, and even infrastructure facilities which were built by the proceeds from WAQF properties. A short throwback on the success stories from WAQF can be seen either in the Islamic countries or in the non-Islamic countries. To name a few, Darul Iman WAQF Property Development Project in Maldives, initiatives under Islamic Development Bank in Jeddah, World WAQF Foundation, Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, IDB WAQF, WAQF Properties Investment Fund, Turkish WAQF, Hamdard WAQF Pakistan, and in Bangladesh, it has shown more than 8,000 educational institutions established based on WAQF and 123,000 mosques built based on WAQF. How I wish this could be implemented in our beloved country, Malaysia. Algeria, Tunisia, and a lot more initiatives in Singapore, Indonesia, and last but not least, WAQF Al-Nur Corporation Berhad, IIUM Endowment Fund, Imarah WAQF Tower in Malaysia. Historians have established that the Islamic WAQF law was borrowed by Europeans when they so-called visited the Middle East and became acquainted with the Islamic culture. An excellent example is Merton College of Oxford University, established in 1964. At the same time, we also must be fair and evaluate the current situation of WAQF management in our country. Analyze areas of improvement, realize that we must do something and benefit to the best of WAQF instruments and products that benefit the public. I hope in this 8th global conference, even though through a virtual conference, that this is the 8th already of the conference of WAQF. I want to know what has been the result, the tangible results that we have achieved so far. We have to ask ourselves, what is the benefit, the takeaway out of this conference? What we have achieved so far, concrete results. I hope this 8th global conference will give the products and the benefit to the public. It covers the management of unproductive WAQF assets, lands and buildings, the readiness of human capital, the existing legal framework, the funding options and the opportunity loss for not doing things. We should be able to act faster, as mentioned by the convener just now, Dr. Ghazali. We have to grab opportunities and responsive to the public. Decisions from the meeting room should be immediately become the action plan for moving forward. Of late, there are increasing calls to unlock the potential of WAQF in growing Islamic finance. We, in the Federal Territory, recently issuing and appointing 5 mutawalis for 5 institutions of higher learning to solicit, administer and disburse WAQF funds. This is also to show our support on WAQF activities based on education purposes. We hope that all mutawalis will be managed professionally with our guideline and achieving their WAQF objectives in their institutions. Distinguished participants and guest speakers, in Malaysia, governance of WAQF is under the supervision of each state's jurisdiction, that is, the State Islamic Religious Council, which ultimately reporting to the King of the state. As per Federal Territory, we report to His Majesty, the Yang Pertuan Agong, the Supreme Head. WAQF development in Malaysia has become more relevant to the economy. The society is no longer only talking about WAQF land for cemetery or mosque, but the current landscape moving on corporate WAQF, WAQF suku, WAQF for hospital, WAQF for education, WAQF family, WAQF I-READ, WAQF microcredit, WAQF technology, which touches almost all aspects in the economic segments. Complexity in the Islamic financial instruments empower the foundation of WAQF growing rapidly. Legal framework that encompasses WAQF in a way can be uniformed to a certain extent between states, organizations, monopolies, and create greater impact to the economy. The differences of opinions should be the element that makes the institution stronger and relevant in all situations. We always believe that if you do things together, we become stronger, inshallah. Management of WAQF is also strongly backed by accountability and transparency. The public demand for clear purposes and reporting for the WAQF that they contribute. Higher standard of reporting system and easily accessible will add value to build the trust of the public to the management of WAQF. For example, if you wanted to raise fund through crowdfunding, the public want to see who's who in the team, especially the trustee, the name of individuals of certain standing, with strong integrity and no-nonsense personality. The complexity in the WAQF product also demand for professionals and industry players to be involved in the management of WAQF. It is becoming more challenging to the WAQF manager to introduce WAQF product that can attract the public. A crystal clear of how WAQF works should be promoted diligently to the public. Misunderstanding will not only lead to failure, but also a rejection, and this is dangerous. Another main thing that also play a major contribution to any success stories is the process. Process to do WAQF. All related parties should enhance the cooperation and collaboration in assisting the public to do WAQF. Simplicity does not translate as neglecting of crucial process or as a trade-off of quality, but if a process is simpler, it will attract public easily to participate and contribute to the development of WAQF. Technology and method of promoting WAQF should grow rapidly in line with the current future environment. With the blockchain technology, we should be able to access wider, deeper, broader, and faster to the database. Communicating between the WAQF managers, the donor, al-WAQF, and spreading the benefit from the WAQF should be easier and faster. Industry Revolution 4.0 and Internet of Things have become subjects of much interest in recent years, and are expected to gain more momentum locally and internationally. As an example, from the perspective of marketing and providing better accessibility to the donor to the WAQF manager should offer the usage of web page, Facebook page, pay, e-wallet, QR code, auto teller machine to reach the donor. Different mechanisms to the different segments or profile of donor. As mentioned by Dr. Ghazali in his opening speech, I would like to repeat here, continuous support by Indian Revenue of Malaysia, subsection 44, bracket 11D, Income Tax Act 1967 for WAQF, clearly assisting the approved entities or WAQF manager and the WAQF donor to have the tax exemption. Previously, there is no specific section in the Tax Act 1967 touches WAQF. The Act only says about zakat and sadaqah. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, effectively on 8th October 2020, the Act specifically touches the treatment for WAQF. This clearly shows that WAQF as an instrument in the national economy. Participation and WAQF contribution from the corporates and individuals are overwhelming. Cooperation from various parties portrays a lot of more things can happen if we work things together. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome more corporate and individuals to be part of our mega agenda for WAQF in Federal Territory and Malaysia. During this pandemic COVID-19 and a few years to come, the corporate sector are recording lower profit and expecting more deficit, and households are facing lower disposable income. In other words, the management of WAQF must work harder to accumulate WAQF, especially cash WAQF, and to be more selective in projects to deliver. Back in the budget 2013 budget speech, the Minister of Finance then announced support for the development of corporate WAQF, a company established as a professional administrator of WAQF assets. The Malaysian WAQF Foundation, Yayasan WAQF Malaysia, under the Department of Awqaf, Zakat and Haji, Jauhar, will be responsible to formulate the corporate WAQF master plan, taking into consideration the State Islamic Religious Council legislative structure. The master plan will be the platform for the development of corporate WAQF in Malaysia. The recent budget 2021 announcement at the Parliament of Malaysia by the Minister of Finance under the fourth strategy, prioritizing the inclusiveness agenda, measures number 2, the upholding Islam tenets, Syiar Islam, allocated 1.4 billion ringgit Malaysia for Islamic affairs under the Prime Minister's Department, which specifically to enhance the management of endowment, WAQF, through collaboration between Yayasan WAQF Malaysia and federal government agencies, government-linked companies, and government-linked investment companies. National WAQF Master Plan will be created to ensure a more efficient endowment management to maximize the mobilization of future endowment assets. This shows that WAQF is recognized as a sector that will play its role in the economy significantly. As the State Islamic Religious Council of Federal Territory, the party that is Al-Nazir, fully responsible on WAQF management in Federal Territory that reports to His Majesty the Yang Tuan Agong. We are more than happy and will be working closely to all parties and be the catalyst to ensure the benefit of WAQF will reach the society as a whole. This new initiative announced by the Finance Minister requires for a clear platform to ensure the good idea and can be implemented based on the current legal framework which touches all states and including Federal Territory in Malaysia. The management of the WAQF manager, Mutawali, should be clearly defined and streamlined by all state religious council to ensure that the benefit from WAQF will be achieved as it is supposed to happen. Based on current legal framework, the appointment of Mutawali is under the State Islamic Religious Council.
Okay.
These challenges should be taken up by all state religious councils to actively and urgently formulate a working guideline of how this inclusiveness agenda to be implemented by each state in collaboration with the Yayasan Waqf Malaysia, federal government agencies, Pemudahan Nasional Berhad, other government-linked companies and government-linked investment companies. Distinguished participants and guest speakers, the bigger value of WAQF assets, the bigger the responsibility to the WAQF manager to manage them. So let us together and remember that amanah and responsibility that should be seated in our heart, especially when managing WAQF.
Sorry?
The assets are surrendered back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and we manage them.
I work for this one.
Distinguished guests and guest speakers, most of the time we tend to see something too big until we think it is difficult to do and end up with doing nothing. We think that we only be able to do charity when we have abundance or excess of wealth or money. At the same time, I would like to urge the conglomerate, State Islamic Religious Council, the government, the businessmen, do WAQF at their own speed and capacity. Combination of all will create a phenomenal WAQF wave to the economy and share the benefit to everybody. Let us prove it. I would like to invite everybody, in whatever capacity we are now, as the head of department in an office, as a father or mother to a family, as a son or daughter to a parent, a brother and sister to the Muslim, an ummah to Rasulullah SAW, and a servant to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, let us together contribute a part of what has been given and borrowed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as waqf. Inshallah, countless reward is waiting for us in the Jannah. With that, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be with us and guide us in managing this waqf treasury. Thank you to the organizer for the 8th Global WAQF Conference 2020, University Tuan Razak for having this auspicious event by the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Stay safe and stay healthy. I end up with salam wa billahi tawfiq wa assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Syed Hussein Al-Habshi for delivering your keynote address. Thank you once again, Datuk Sri. We'd like to apologize for the slight delay as we start off with the 8th GWC today. Now we'll move on to our next speaker, which is Professor Emeritus Dr. Barjoyai Bardai, Professor from the Graduate School of Business, Uni Razak, to deliver his keynote entitled WAQF Vision 2021, Malaysia's Pathway to Global WAQF Gateway. Dipersilakan Professor Emeritus Dr. Barjoyai Bardai. Dr. Barjoyai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And greetings to everyone. A very good morning. My task this morning is to share what we came up with as a basic outline of the Malaysian WAQF master plan after we had our We had our okay. We had our roundtable discussion on the WAQF master plan on the 20th of November, and the Secretariat then worked together to come up with this basic outline, and I am presenting on behalf of the Secretariat. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So let's start with the dream. This is the dream. We imagine all the people, every person, every family think of what to wake up at every moment of our life. Mosque, surah, musala, organized WAQF sponsorship program at all time. WAQF neighborhood care, WAQF water holes, WAQF tahfiz center, WAQF mosque, WAQF book, and so on. And WAQF reserve coffee, WAQF reserve nasi lemak, and so on. And WAQF of ideal asset, WAQF of ideal time, WAQF of expertise, WAQF wallet, WAQF cryptocurrency. Right. Right. So the world is moving toward the third sector economy as the new catalyst of economic development, and the third sector economy is essentially self-helping sector for the household. Essentially, it is also called the voluntary sector, which include cooperative society, trust fund, charitable institution, WAQF, and NGO. The third sector is getting more prominent in developed nation. Netherlands is actually powered by more than 65% of this third sector. The Scandinavian country and Canada have more than 30% of their economy actually contributed by this voluntary sector. WAQF around the globe, I mean, we have seen the developments of WAQF in the Middle Age, where welfare and social services in the Islamic world were donated through WAQF institution. During the era of Seljuk rule and the Ottoman Empire, for example, thousands of individuals regardless of free for the progress of the society. We have Hussein Nagamia in 1986 in this book stated that the idea of a hospital as an institution to treat patients did not exist before the advent of the Islamic WAQF system. During the time of Abbasid and the Ottoman, WAQF institution continued to grow rapidly, and there were 142 universities in Turkey, 87 schools and university in Cyprus, 786 university in the Sensani and Azerbaijan were respectively developed and funded by WAQF resources. Al-Azhar University, the famous university founded in 1975, is actually based on WAQF. And actually, WAQF does not only focus in the Islamic nation. In the developed nation today, we see that famous universities like Harvard, Stanford, MIT are also funded by WAQF. So essentially, WAQF is an important part of our life. How to move this slide now? All right. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I will continue. Why WAQF culture? And why we want to make WAQF as a way of life? Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala have called for human being to establish prayer, give zakat, believe in the messenger, and support him and loan him as a good loan. And this is mentioned in many surah. Al-Ma'idah verse 12, Al-Taghabun verse 17, Al-Muzammil verse 20, and all this are basically focusing that we have to make WAQF as part of our life, because this is put side by side with our basic submission activity of establishing prayers, give zakat, perform siyam, reading Al-Quran, and the rest. Okay, actually, in the Al-Quran, there are 6 verses that focus on wakaf, sadaqah, and jariyah, stated in the form of benowalendon, kardul hasanan, and these are all established verses that actually plead that all of us must make wakaf all the time. The source of WAQF rules actually came from hadith, hadith of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, a prophet, when Sayyidina Omar radiallahu anhu came to the prophet and said that he has obtained a property that have never been acquired before, and he want to approach Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through it. And the prophet say that hold or wakaf the original property and donate the income. And so Sayyidina Umar made his fortune land and give it in the form of wakaf. And so the always question asked is wakaf an investment or just an infaq or sadaqah? In the hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu, the basic principle of Islamic wealth management is divided into clearly stated that all our income and wealth should be divided into 3 portions, and 1 portion is for basic need, consumption, food, lodging. 1/3 is for seedling, reinvestment, and 1/3 is for eternal investment. And eternal investment is in the form of wakaf, sadaqah, jariyah, and zakat. And this is essentially the perspective that we are holding. So what is the difference between wakaf and infaq and sadaqah? The main difference is that wakaf have a double effect compared to sadaqah. When we wakaf, we created an endowment asset, and it will be permanently kept as the people wealth in the name of Allah, and the wealth will generate income or benefit eternally, and hence the reward for it will flow eternally into the donor's account in the hereafter. Can wakaf as both a reinvestment for worldly affair and as an eternal investment for hereafter? Yes, this is the essence of wakaf. We could actually combine wakaf for ourselves and also for our eternal investment. The 3 principle that we need to project in foster the developments of WAQF in Malaysia and globally are the principle that is currently being practiced by the other mazhab, the Hanafi and the Maliki. That is number one, the cash wakaf that we have now begin to practice, and we have banks such as Bank Muamalah promoting it. The number two is wakaf investment, which is the form of wakaf development, and if we could create WAQF endowment fund, we will fulfill these missions of WAQF investment. And number three, we need to begin introducing or at least examining the practice of temporary WAQF that is currently being practiced by the Hanafite and the Maliki. And this will promote the progress of WAQF in our country and also globally. And there are so many different kinds of WAQF, and we should capitalize this different kind of WAQF. For example, we have only talked about WAQF property when there is actually WAQF fi ahli. This is WAQF zuri for family member. We can actually create a WAQF fund and divide that partly for our own family and partly for the public. And there's either other WAQF called WAQF al-Aulad, WAQF Hawri, WAQF al-Sabil, and so on. And we need to explore all this in order to broaden the perspective of WAQF. The strategy to promote an investment scheme as is a transitionary mechanism for WAQF. If we could create a mechanism to allow each family to go to financial institution just like a bank, deposit money in the form of WAQF, and then dictate how the benefit from the WAQF will be distributed, and determining which portion will go to WAQF al-Ahli, which portion will go to WAQF public. Then we can really be only having a WAQF account in our life. We do not need any other account, current account, saving account, because having a WAQF account is much better. It is basically stressing our niyah that all these wealth are belonging to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and we are managing it through the WAQF account. The vision then for Malaysia and for the world is that we want to promote WAQF as the way of life, and WAQF is as the way of life will be expanded into inculcating WAQF by practicing WAQF from cradle to tomb. And so everyone must think and practice WAQF habit as a way of life. And practicing WAQF in everyday life means everyday's activity must be embedded with some WAQF perspective. And WAQF at every facet of life means at every facet of life, WAQF must play an important role in shaping our life. And practice WAQF at every opportunity in life means at every opportune moment in life, we must embed WAQF practice to make it complete. So the mission, we need to create and facilitate the mechanisms of WAQF as a way of life. This is by creating the mean for WAQF, projecting cash WAQF, and capitalizing fintech's development with e-wallet and eventually the virtual currency. We need to create a mechanisms of general WAQF and specific WAQF, WAQF al-Ahli, WAQF al-Zuri, to meet the objective of achieving the optimum Islamic financial management. And we need to create a financial system to accumulate WAQF wealth for the Ummah, operate the endowment mechanisms of fund management of WAQF asset and wealth, and we need to focus on the development of benefit from this endowment income to the needy group in the society and worldwide. We need to also create a global WAQF institution as a strategy, and this can be under the purview of the governments and the Majlis Raja Raja as the Muslim religious head. We will create a WAQF accommodating institution to promote the practice of WAQF in everyday life and at every opportunity in life. We want to grow WAQF foundation wealth to multiply the capability to distribute WAQF benefit to as many target group as possible, and we want to aim for a perpetual WAQF system to be the main financial system as a crucial part of our life. Further strategy needed is for us to revisit the legal and regulatory framework in WAQF in Malaysia, and we need to revisit the management of WAQF at the state and the national level, such as redefining the role of the related institution. We need to establish specific institutions at the national level, and we need to impart education about WAQF at all levels. Global WAQF institution. We need a global WAQF institution, and we can start this as a Malaysian institution, and we can conveniently use the existing resources and capacity. For example, we have unclaimed money, over 1 billion unclaimed money with the Accountant General. There's some inactive deposit balance. Lembaga Tabung Haji, there are over 9 million depositor, and the non-active depositor may consider shifting or giving away their deposit into WAQF. WAQF institution will be managed by the best foundation managers that will manage and invest the fund, and these are institution team from Permodalan Nasional Berhad, Lembaga Tabung Haji, Khazanah, because they have been trained and have the expertise in managing fund. WAQF institution will be under the purview of Majlis Raja Raja as the Muslim religion head, and there have been many funds for the establishment of specific WAQF being announced recently, for Tekun, for Felda, for universities, and all this can be consolidated in this WAQF institution. In 2021 budget, para 80, specifically the Minister of Finance announced the developments of WAQF Master Plan for Malaysia. And in para 81, the budget specifically mentioned the role of GLC and government control institutions such as PNB in the WAQF Master Plan implementation. So this needs to be capitalized to make sure that this will become a reality soon. So the National WAQF Institutions of Malaysia will be linked with other global WAQF institutions, including, for example, Islamic Development Bank, to consolidate the WAQF effort globally. The magnifications of WAQF institution is important, and this is by injecting national wealth. WAQF is a national and global institution benchmarking the Norway Endowment Fund, and WAQF is not just for Muslim. It is for the whole nation, and it is for the whole alam. So on a systematic basis, there should be a mechanism to move the government assets to the WAQF institution to preserve the asset as a perpetual investment wealth of the people in Malaysia and globally. Petronas, Khazanah, PNB, GLC, Malay Reserve Land, government land, and other assets should be moved to become WAQF asset, and that is going to be the wealth of the nation. All future natural resources discovered as timber, mineral, and the recently found rare earth element, for example, should be channeled into this WAQF institution to capitalize the benefit using the Norway Oil Fund success model. Future government can partially rely on WAQF endowment income as a source of revenue to finance government and to help finance program for the needy group in the economy. This is currently being practiced in Norway. For example, 30% of Norway annual budget is funded by the Norway Fund. Deposit and investment institution. This is an alternative to the conventional bank, and this will become the anchor of financial system. And this institution will change the role from a bank that give loans to the society. This is an investment bank that will take up this deposit and contribution from the public in the form of endowment fund. They will create endowment fund for specific family, for specific group, and this will then be invested by the bank, and the beneficiary will go to what is being dictated by the contributor. This deposit and investment institution will be the new form of modern banking system, where we will be using fintechs, and we will basically link the bank account with the e-wallet, allowing everyone to actually use their fund for donation and other activity in life. The digital and virtual WAQF currency will be the ultimate aim of this WAQF activity. We will start by using e-wallet, and which we can call as e-dirham, and this is a form of an alternative to ringgit, but we'll still have the ringgit as the base. But as we are getting comfortable with this, we will move into a more advanced version, which is the WAQF dinar as the ultimate WAQF currency. And this WAQF dinar will be a cryptocurrency and essentially issued by the institution, the WAQF institution, and hence the institution will actually be holding the cash deposit belonging to this WAQF, the depositor, and this will be invested in the credible investment program to generate good return to then be distributed to the needy group. So WAQF institution will distribute this benefit, which is only the income from the endowment fund, to the usual asnaf, but on top of it, it will also distribute to project and emergency and disaster relief fund. Other than that, the WAQF investment fund will also be helping the small and medium enterprises in their financing, but this will be done under the Qardul Hasan banking approach, which will allow the SME to get fund to operate and expand their business. The same thing will be done for micro businesses, but the micro businesses will be funded under the direct WAQF fund, which will allow them to get a benevolent loan. Other ancillary activities can be initiated, and this is essentially to promote WAQF as a way of life. We could promote the cooperative the development to help build houses for the needy group for the affordable house. We could also do an exchange, asset exchange services, which allow um, um, asset owner, property owner, landowner, another form of asset to actually lend their assets to this exchange service to be managed by them, and this exchange service will manage the property, the asset, and will share the return, which will create liquidity to the asset owner and create a capacity for WAQF in the future. Finally, we should think of also creating an opportunity for the public to WAQF themselves. And we can WAQF our time, we WAQF our expertise, we WAQF our life. And this is by creating a brigade WAQF, where we can start this brigade at the junior school, brigade of entrepreneur, brigades of retiree, brigades of expertise, and brigades of public service, for example. And each of these brigade will be actually working voluntarily to contribute their expertise and effort to help in developing WAQF, as well as to develop the Ummah. In the end, Islamic economy is about enhancing the well-being of the Ummah, and WAQF is one fine way to develop the well-being of the Ummah in the future, inshallah. Wallahu alam. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Emeritus Dr. Barjoyai Bardai, Professor from the Graduate School of Business, Uni Razak, Shaharuddin, the Chief Executive Officer of Yayasan WAQF Malaysia, to deliver his keynote address entitled Unlocking Potentials of WAQF in Malaysia. Dipersilakan, Dr. Amir. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Emeritus Dr. Barjoyai Bardai, Professor from the Graduate School. To come on board for the topic on unlocking potentials of WAQF in Malaysia.
Yeah. Okay, dah ada. Okay, can I start presenting? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, our keynote speakers, and also our team governor of Global WAQF Conference, Dr. Ghazali. So I just want to share with you my simple topics is about unlocking WAQF potential in Malaysia. This is based on our experience in Yayasan WAQF Malaysia in developing and managing WAQF projects throughout in Malaysia. So basically, I have 6 or 5 issues to be discussed, but I will focus on the development, the potential development of WAQF project in Malaysia. So can we go to next slide? I hope someone can control the slides. Okay. All right. Okay. This is. I would like to begin with the understanding of WAQF because based on the Prof. Borjai presentation, I do agree that we need to have a bigger understanding of WAQF. WAQF is not only to meet the purpose of religious objective only. For example, to build mosques or to build the cemetery, but in our world, we need to contribute WAQF, or we need to prove WAQF as the contributor, the main contributor instrument to develop the society. So this is the understanding that we need to build upon. Then we can only develop WAQF for a bigger project and bigger impact to the society. I will skip this WAQF practice in Empire because I think Prof. Borjai before this have explained and elaborated where we can see that in the past WAQF has been contributed significantly to the development of our society. In the past, universities, hospitals, and all the facilities were funded by using WAQF fund. But the main problem in our society today is that we don't see now it's okay. Okay. So Based on our study, the data that we have, in Malaysia, we have around 30,000 plus hectares of land, which is been wakaf by our grandfathers. But only 30,000, only 30% of this land has been developed by our religious authority, our ma'ins, and we do see that a lot of potential to build or to develop this wakaf land. Go to next slide. And next slide. Okay, this is used in developing our asset, our wakaf asset. I think we will concentrate on the long-term purpose because we know that wakaf is for long-term, and the intention is very clear to seek Allah bounty, and this project should impact to the society, improve the living standard of our society. Okay, and then next, I think we are all agree that the information of wakaf asset from this property during the past, our fuqaha they discuss about whether property to be wakaf is movable or immovable, wakaf asset, wakaf land, or wakaf Quran and wakaf kitab. And then we move to cash wakaf, and now we can think of a new form of wealth to be wakaf. For example, recently PNB have introduced this unit trust, or we can use a database for the wakaf, and also the information which is not tangible, it's intangible. So this is a new new form of wealth we should think of to be part of the wakaf. And also now people talk about wakaf services. For example, doctors, they have their expertise. So this should be part of the wakaf development that we should develop and we should execute, implement. Okay. Next, okay, I will skip this wakaf practices in past because I think Dr. Prof. Borjai have elaborated and explained this very well. But the main thing is, wakaf development in Malaysia. Now I think we all agree that we want to move away from the traditional concept of wakaf development to the modern or more impactful wakaf project. For example, 5 years ago we built hotels, and this hotel we built on wakaf asset and wakaf land, and the proceed from this hotel will go back to masjid, to and also the charity in religious council. So we need more kind of sustainable projects, and this is why we need to collaborate with our financial institution, because I think the problems in developing wakaf land is associated with funding. When we go to see Balai Agama Islam Negeri, why they don't develop this very strategic land, the main reason that they give is because the lack of funding. But recently, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad have approved 200 millions funding for wakaf development. But the issue is to identify and to find a project which will bring revenue, will bring a stream of income to the Majlis Agama Islam to pay for the financing. So this is the issue that I think we need to focus on. Then we see that what we need is the collaboration between private sector and the religious council, because we realize that in religious councils they don't have expertise, or they have expertise but they don't have enough people of professional to strategize and to develop sustainable projects. So we need a combination. Hello, ikut kita. I'm so sorry because the technical problem and the line connection. Okay, so in the recent budget, the government has put emphasis the Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia should lead the collaboration between GLC, the government link, and also GLIC, and all the private sector that we need to sit down together and collaborate in developing Wakaf asset in Malaysia. Okay, so can we go to next slide? Okay, this is what I think is opportunity, especially when the Securities Commission they launch a new framework to facilitate the offering of Islamic fund with zakat features. So we are in contact with a few unit trust company, for example, Kenanga. So in the future, inshallah, we will have more products, unit trust product with WAQF embedded. So investor, they can invest in unit trust, and part of the portion of the investment, the proceed from the investment, they can WAQF, and then this proceed will be distributed to all ma'ins. So I think we also know that in Malaysia, Alhamdulillah, we got this tax incentive by our Ministry of Finance. They give tax rebate to those who participate in cash wakaf. So 10% reduction for corporate and 7% reduction for individuals. Okay, so the best thing about wakaf is that the WAQF, this endower and these beneficiaries include Muslim and non-Muslim. So this is, I think, is very good for a country, for example, in Malaysia, where we have a multiracial and multi-religious community. So we can promote wakaf as a important tool to develop our community. Please next. Okay, I just want to highlight on this, on the critical success factors in developing wakaf asset. First, it must have a sound legal framework. In Malaysia, we do have to accept that the religious authority is ma'ins. This wakaf is belong under the purview of ma'ins. So any projects must got approval from ma'ins. So they are the one who monitor and who control the projects in wakaf industry. And all the wakaf institution, they must be have a good governance. And talking about this good governance is about we talk about this transparency, the reporting. I think this we need collaboration with universities to support us with models how to, for example, wakaf reporting, and the good governance of in wakaf within the institution of wakaf institution, and how this will be how our reporting and how our distribution of wakaf manfaat to the beneficiaries can be transparent. So this we need a support from university to come up with research and implement in wakaf institution. And last but not least is the sustainable funding. So as I said that many of wakaf project cannot be implemented because lack of funding. But now, Alhamdulillah, Bank Islam together with other Islamic financial institutions, they are now talking about financing a wakaf project. Even they have allocate some fund to finance Islamic wakaf project. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the potential collaboration. I do agree with Prof. Borjai on the cash wakaf, and we need to have a focus. For example, I suggest here, focus on health, focus on education, the focus on economic empowerment, and recently focus on the environment and water supply. So we can prioritize the projects into these 4 sectors, and we collect donation, we collect cash from public and private. For example, actually from beginning from 2008, we have managed to collect around 18 million ringgit, and half of it we have distributed to Malay Agama Islam Negeri, and some 3.8 million we keep and we invest, and then we distribute the profit of the cash. Okay. So next is just a few examples. I think everyone know our Menara Bank Islam was built under the WAQF land, and also WAQF Siti Aisyah, very famous in Malaysia, in Penang, and also WAQF An-Nur, the hospital, the clinics are built based on the principles of WAQF. So this is actually what I'm trying to say here is that in Malaysia we need a WOW project, a WOW WAQF project that can be recognized as the most significant WAQF projects in Malaysia. For example, because when people talk about WAQF, we always talk about, like, for example, University Al-Azhar. This is 1,000 years old, but still the WAQF project still remains until now. So in Malaysia, it's high time for us to think about one project, a WOW project for WAQF, and inshallah we will sustain for a very, very long time. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. This is one of the just to share our distribution of WAQF in Yayasan WAQF Malaysia. Because during the COVID, we spent around 1.5 million to purchase hospital equipment to help the hospital to prevent COVID in Malaysia. So I thank you very much, the organizer, and I do apologize for the technical issues and technical problems. I hope and I wish that the conference will proceed successfully and smoothly. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Amir bin Shahrudin, the Chief Executive Officer, Yayasan WAQF Malaysia, for his topic on unlocking potentials of WAQF in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global WAQF Conference has been lucky to have always had the support of the Islamic Development Bank of Saudi Arabia. This year is no exception. It therefore gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Muhammad Abida, the Acting Head of Islamic Development Bank, ISDB Kuala Lumpur, to deliver his keynote address and to share with us on ISDB Centre of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur and WAQF promotion in Malaysia. Mr. Abida?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wa salatu wa salamu ala Sayyidina Ashraf al-Mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. Allow me first to thank the Global WAQF Conference, all the organizers, and for inviting the Islamic Development Bank to participate in this August gathering. And also our sincere regards to Dr. Ghazali, our former colleague and director, and still good friend of ISDB. And I'm really happy to participate in this conference and give you a brief on the Center of Excellence, but also I will be joined by my colleague, Mr. Hassan Mahfoud, from the Islamic Financial Services Department at the headquarters in Jeddah.
I think to go and to be somewhere at 12. You cannot do that to me.
To co-present with me this presentation. So allow me to share my presentation, and I hope you are able to see it. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Abida.
And do you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Great. So I'm trying to make it full screen. Yes. So as you know, ISDB had since 1994 a regional office in Kuala Lumpur. This office was mandated to implement and monitor IDB financed projects in Malaysia and in the region. However, in 2016, it was jointly agreed between the government of Malaysia and the Islamic Development Bank to change or to transform this office finance, halal industry, science, technology, and innovation. And this center will has the mandate to facilitate comprehensive ecosystem development, value chain integration, and market expansion in these areas, leveraging on two mechanisms that worked well in ISDB and are pillars in its business model, which is reverse linkage, the technical cooperation between its member countries, and the resource mobilization to tap into the expertise and resources of our member countries, of course, including Malaysia, to scale up and the size and impact of these programs. So the business model or the operating model that goes for the Center of Excellence is a platform model that will bridge the relationships between supply and demand between member countries, either donor member countries or beneficiary member countries. And the Center of Excellence will identify and create the demand of comprehensive ecosystem development in the focus areas that I mentioned. We'll identify solutions, identify needs, and try to tailor these solutions to these needs and mobilize the capabilities and resources of ISDB Group, of course, all the products of ISDB Group with its private sector entities as well, from Malaysia as a host country, and also other member countries, and also other investors and development partners. And this exchange of holistic and comprehensive solutions are based on win-win approach. So we would like everybody to benefit from this model and find its gains from this exchange. So this year was foundation year. We tried to root our partnerships with many stakeholders in Malaysia and international organizations in the region, either public or private partners. We are trying to build on the existing partnerships, but also building new partnerships. And we tried in building these partnerships to identify some quick wins, some fast-track initiatives that will demonstrate the relevance of the center, but also create impact on the ground and demonstrate that this center can bring value to Malaysia and to member countries. Some of the initiatives are mentioned here. One of them is, especially after COVID-19, we focused on trying to find solutions to support medium, small, and micro enterprises to cope with COVID-19 crisis and prosper beyond. We identified some fintech and digital solutions, but also policy measures from Malaysia, and we showcased them. And we are trying now to build the bridges between SMEs, ecosystems between Malaysia and other member countries. On halal, we are partnering with Halal Development Corporation to undertake a study on ecosystems in high demand countries, taking Malaysia as a reference to identify gaps and what worked well and what didn't work well, and what are the needs to promote intra-trade in halal market cross member countries and also non-member countries. We worked with Tabung Haji to replicate the model in other member countries. We are trying to initiate a facility for helping member countries using the expertise from Malaysia for issuing green sukuk and sustainable sukuk. We are working with some private sector companies in the science and technology, like drone technology, either for the pandemic or for project monitoring. We worked on many initiatives, but one is which is relevant to this conference is an initiative to establish an WAQF property development fund in Malaysia, building on the success of a fund that ISDB promoted and launched and implemented many years ago, and we will have a chance to present it today or present it again, because I think it was presented in previous editions of your conference, the APIF, WAQF Property Development Fund of the bank, which has a success. And building on this success, we wanted to benefit Malaysia and considering the high potential explained by previous speakers of the WAQF in Malaysia and the role that ISDB can play in participating in financing this, the promotion of this WAQF. We thought that it will be good to launch this initiative, and we are discussing with many partners in Malaysia and also with our management to clear the terms and the procedures for this initiative. This initiative will, as I said, be a catalyst for establishment of new WAQF. Of course, we are trying to find good portfolio and to start this initiative, in addition to partners which will be the anchor and participate in the equity of this fund. Hopefully, maybe in future edition of this conference, we will be at that time able to launch this fund and give you more information on its financing mechanisms and terms and conditions. But let me now give the floor to my colleague, Brother Hassan Mahfouz, to present you the foundation of this fund, which is our WAQF property fund in the bank and the recent developments. So I hope Brother Hassan can join.
Okay.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. My name is Hassan Mahfouz, and I work in the Islamic Financial Services Department of the Islamic Development Bank. I'm going to briefly present the model of the WAQF Properties Investment Fund, which is abbreviated as APIF, APIF. Now, this fund was established in 2001 with the objective of financing real estate WAQF around the globe. So the operations of APIF are not only in the member countries of ISDB, but also in the non-member countries. So in front of you, what you see is the model of the financing. So what typically happens is the beneficiary organization, which is either an NGO, a non-profit organization, or a WAQF body, it comes together with the APIF to jointly establish a WAQF project. So typically what happens is the NGO or the non-profit organization contributes a WAQF land, and APIF provides the financing for the development of the real estate property. So once the financing is provided, a real estate project is established. And once it's established, it's leased out to the tenants on commercial basis. The income of the project is gone to a special escrow account. So part of the income is used to repay the IDB financing and the APIF financing, and the remaining income is used for the social and charitable activities of the NGO or the non-profit organization. So this is in brief the model which APIF follows. So in terms of the capital, the APIF started with $50 million in 2001. It has grown to about $90 million now as of 2020. It has 16 institutional investors from different countries. Typically, APIF finances projects which are either residential, commercial, or mixed use. The projects may be either new constructions or renovations, or even purchase of existing buildings to be converted into WAQF properties. The typical terms and conditions of financing are a minimum project size of $5 million and a maximum of $15 million, and a minimum contribution of 25% is expected from the beneficiaries, which is typically in the form of land and some cash contribution. The repayment tenure is up to 15 years, a maximum of 15 years, and the project should have an acceptable IRR. So far, APIF has approved 56 projects in 29 countries around the globe with a total value of $1.2 billion. As you can see, APIF has projects in the US, in Europe, Asia, and even in Australia and Fiji. So the APIF mandate is global, and we have been developing projects globally. So in terms of the impact, so the impact can be seen as a financial impact, which is the income from the projects, which goes to the beneficiaries for social and charitable activities. It can be seen in the form of social impact, which is the income is actually supporting the end beneficiaries in the areas of relief, education, religious education, youth empowerment, health, etc. And also the financial returns for the beneficiaries, in that the idle lands are being transformed into income generating properties which provide a sustainable source of income. I'm now going to just spend a few minutes to talk about some of the success stories of APIF. So this is a project in Bangladesh. It's called the Bangladesh Islamic Solidarity Education WAQF. It is in Dhaka, and the bank established this WAQF using a $10 million grant from the bank and a $3.2 million financing. So the output was an office building and a computer mall, and the income of this building is being used to support the scholarships, vocational training, supporting the madrasas, the orphans, etc. So far, 12,000 students have been sponsored for IT scholarships, and more than 7,000 people have been successfully placed on jobs. So we have a similar project in Kenya. This is the Tawfiq Welfare Society. The project is in Kenya, but the beneficiary is in Somalia. So this is an international WAQF model where the income from the project in Kenya is used for the activities in Somalia. So similarly, we have the contribution from the beneficiary, we have the APIF financing, and then jointly this building was established as a WAQF, and now it's supporting schools in Kismayo, orphanage, university, and hospitals, and so on. So finally, to conclude, where we see potential collaboration is either in the investment in the APIF's capital, and this will provide an impact investment. It will provide an impact on the society. Also, APIF distributes a dividend of around 3% every year to its shareholders. Furthermore, collaboration is also possible in the area of financing projects. So partners can typically come for co-financing, and also we could also collaborate in including a WAQF component in social infrastructure projects such as a university project or a health project. So a hospital could have a WAQF component to support the hospital, or a university can have a WAQF component to support the university, and so on. So that is all I have to say today. It would be a pleasure to get in touch with you and further explore if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Hassan, and I will conclude by saying that the Islamic Development Bank as a whole, but also this, particularly the Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur, is very interested in promoting WAQF in Malaysia as a tool for social and economic development, and would like to bring the best practices from the bank and also from other member countries, and also try to promote the investments globally in WAQF. And we'll be happy to receive your interests and have follow-up meetings to discuss specific projects. We scheduled already a meeting with Taruddin Yayasan of Malaysia, and we are working with other partners, and inshallah we will be able to deliver next year, inshallah. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Abida, the acting head of Islamic Development Bank, ISDB Kuala Lumpur, for his address on ISDB Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur and WAQF promotion in. It's me immense pleasure to call upon our next speaker, the founder of Finterra, Mr. Hamid Rashid, to share on Finterra's success story with regards to one of their WAQF-linked projects, which can be used as to crowdfunding. I'd like to call upon Mr. Hamid Rashid.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Clear.
Let me share my slide. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My gratitude and congratulations to Dr. Mohammed Ghazali for another successful year of Global WAQF Conference 2020. I mean, this platform for the last few years has become the go-to platform for the WAQF practitioners, researchers, and regulators globally to share knowledge and to share update. And Finterra has been part of this platform for the last 3 years. Also, my kind regards to the other fellow speakers and keynote speakers today. I would like to share with you today a practical case study of a WAQF development project here in Malaysia that Finterra has been working on for the last 1 year in its structuring. And we are happy to announce that we launched this project in September of 2020. And the project has been ongoing for 2 quarters now, Q3 and Q4 of 2020. It's a project that we were looking into for quite a while in terms of the structuring, which is a investment structuring, and the WAQF element to this project that could give high yield and a sustainable yield to our beneficiaries. So I would like to share this case study called the Finterra Global Plantations Project. Now, a lot of you may know Fintera, that Fintera is a fintech company based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Abu Dhabi. And we have been around for the last 3 years. Our focus has been to build a WAQF blockchain, basically a crowdfunding platform. And over the last 2 years, that crowdfunding platform also extended into a payment gateway, e-wallet, also recently into microfinance. And currently we are looking into extending it to a wealth management platform. Fintera, have been involved not only in tech, but now going towards more WAQF implementation, WAQF development type of projects, which are now going under different subsidiaries of Fintera. So the project that I'll share with you today, which is a green forestation land development project, goes under Fintera Global Plantations. We have been promoting for the last 2+ years since we launched our WAQF blockchain platform of the cash WAQF crowdfunding model. And that model was launched, if you recall, 2 years ago under mywaqf.com. And it was a cash WAQF initiative, started off with a non-ROI, meaning just benefiting charities. And then late last year, we extended it into a cash WAQF with return on investment, ROI model. And both these models today are operational on the mywaqf.com platform. So what this platform was actually doing was allowing WAQFs or the donors to come onto the platform, register themselves, go through a KYC AML process, get an account on the platform. So that's the first part. Second part is it allowed WAQF administrators or WAQF boards around the world to come onto the platform and publish their portfolio of WAQF fundraising activities. So it could be a charitable or it could be a return on investment type of a project. And the WAQF admins were registering their projects onto the platform. And thirdly was that we were allowing also fund managers, various different fund managers, to come onto the platform, register themselves, and provide portfolios for the WAQF funds to be managed by them on certain amounts of return. And this whole process was automated. So where the fund manager was, taking on the WAQF cash WAQF funds, investing it into Sharia compliant activities, and giving the profit back into the platform to the WAQF administrator, and the platform was then distributing that funds into various, whether it was a reinvestment, whether it was a risk dollar, or it was going to donors, or it was going to certain beneficiaries. So this whole process was automated. Now, what we have gone one step forward with this large project called the Fintera Global Plantation is to look into a sustainable wealth creation and wealth management with a WAQF element. So this is where I'm calling it a WAQF linked investment for WAQFs. This case study is very specific to this project. This project is based here in Malaysia as the first project. The pilot version of the project ran near Kuala Lumpur on a 70-acre plot of plantation land in Rawang. And over 2 years, we kind of learned from this pilot project, 70 acres, what we should get into and what we should bring partners, to manage. So we saw that the opportunity into plantation for timber is a huge opportunity globally. And Malaysia being such a good climate, such a good soil for any kind of plantation, we went with a plant called the Polonia timber plant. The special thing about this type of plant is that it is very, very fast growing, and it becomes from a seedling into a full-fledged tree for harvesting in about 40 months to 48 months. And it becomes about 45 feet tall, and the trunk itself becomes about 12 inches in diameter. And this type of wood, the Polonia wood, is a very good wood for plywood manufacturing, which is a key manufacturing and exporting from Malaysia. So we saw an opportunity in this space to develop virgin lands or lands that were used for palm oil in the past and now lying virgin. We were able to lease those land and to develop this Polonia plantation, timber plantation on them. Now, the winning part about timber is that if you look at the statistics over the last 25 years, timber price and timber demand has never slumped any part of the world. And the demand for timber is constantly, on the rise. And timber is always sought not only for just furniture, but for industrial use. And now there are so many use of timber, and especially light timber. So heavy timbers like oak and so many other timbers, which takes 20, 40 years to harvest, the demand is getting less and less for those type of timber. But timbers which are light timbers used for plywood, for chipboards, and so many other light use of those timber are in high demand and high meter cube or metric ton prices. What we did in terms of operational structuring, this was a theoretical what we were structuring early this year, where the Finterra Foundation would set up a SPV made up of the landowner, the fundraising partner, and also the contract farmer. Because Finterra is in a fintech and is in Islamic finance and consultancy, but we are not contract farmers. So we bring into the partnership contract farmers. So this is a SPV. And this SPV is what structures the investment, the WAQF link investment product. And then the individuals and corporates, WAQFs and investors come and purchase this investment product. This investment product, the funds raised from this are deployed into the farm. And over time, this farm produces revenue. From the revenue, then certain percentage, goes to the cost of developing the farm, and then certain percentage goes towards the beneficiary, the charities, and then the balance goes to Finterra as an operator of this whole SPV exercise. Now, for oversight and governance, third-party trustee is appointed to manage the funds, or financial auditors are appointed to keep all the books clear. And a third-party Sharia audit and third-party Sharia advisory is appointed for structuring the product and also giving Sharia compliance clearance on launching such kind of a product. So this was in theory what we actually were envisioning beginning of the year. Now, in practical, this is what we actually built and launched in September of this year. So Finterra Private Limited, the holding company, set up Finterra Global Plantations Berhad here in Malaysia as the fundraising entity. We then partnered with Sime Darby, the landowner, and leased Sime Darby ex-plantation lands from them. We partnered with Gain Green, a contract farmer here in Malaysia with over 20 years of experience to actually do the planting, the maintenance, and the harvesting. And then we looked into going into phases rather than one big bang. So 2 years ago, we had already tested 70 acres of land, and we have learned from that 2 years of experience. And now with the new lease, we have been given 1,500 acres of land, and we are developing it in 500-acre batches. So we are calling it phase 1. So the phase 1 500-acre land in Kedah is already completed, meaning the planting has been done in Q3 of this year. Phase 2, another 500 acres we developed in Q4. So it is almost completion in terms of planting, clearing the land and planting. Like that, every quarter now, we'll be looking into planting, clearing and planting 500-acre land in different parts of the country where we are able to lease the land. The lease that we are taking is between 12 to 16 years, because each cycle of harvest we are looking at is basically 40 months to 48 months. Now, in terms of the compliance to structure this whole product and to offer it to potential investors or WAQFs, we partnered with legal firms that actually structured the legal contracts and the fundraising. We partnered with financial auditors to audit the books and keep the funds inappropriate. We partnered with M Trustee, the M Bank trustee, to take the deposits and to manage the funds. We partnered with M Bank, that is actually holding the funds in their accounts, and we partnered with Salihin Sharia Advisors to structure the Islamic product, for this WAQF link investment, and to also give a Sharia opinion on this product. And what Salihin, did in structuring the product, which is the WAQF link investment, is they structured a Musharaka partnership contract, which has a MADA, which is a promise, and a Tanazul waiver clauses within it. So basically the WAQF or the investors are coming in to sign up for, in other words, Musharaka, it is a Islamic redeemable preferential share offer, where they invest and get preferential shares from the fundraising company. And the fundraising company pays out periodic dividends, right? And upon maturity, the capital is given back, or sometime there are different options where the capital then is either replowed back, or it is given over a lengthier or longer period of time. So this is what, in terms of that was created in September and been launched. It is an investment, product, which is a Islamic redeemable preferential share. The tenure of this product is 40 months, and it has 3 different entry points: a 60K Malaysian ringgit, 100K Malaysian ringgit, or 120K Malaysian ringgit. Each entry point gives its return on investment, and the payouts are done on a quarterly basis, and then upon maturity, the capital is given back. So this is for the 3 different products and entry points, what the investor actually is looking at. So the investor on a 60K, 8% per annum is looking at per quarter receiving a dividend income of 1,200 Malaysian ringgit over a 40 months period, and then the capital is returned. And the same thing happens for the 100K and for the 120K. So basically on a 160K a plan, 12% per annum is returning 40% return over a 40-month period, and then the capital comes. And this is to the WAQF. Now, if I look at and share with you some in-depth numbers into this project, the green column that you're looking at, 2020, Q3 and Q4, these are already completed phases of the project, okay? And you're looking at that every acre of land that we are planting is basically, we plant about 300 trees per acre, and the cost of planting per tree is about $12. So this cost is cost of the seedling, cost of maintenance until harvest. And the buyback contract that we have with the sawmills and other buyers of this type of wood. So we have contracts buying this tree trunks at $20 per tree on the 41st month from us. So this gives us a revenue of basically on a quarterly basis of $3 million in revenue, with a operating cost of $1.8 million and a gross margin of $1.2 million on a quarterly basis. Okay, so the green parts are already completed, and the other parts now we are seeking land, which is in lots of 500 acres in various parts of the country, and executing this project. And the profit distribution, how we have structured is that the WAQF investors are given basically 40% of the profit, post-tax. And then the WAQF Foundation, the holding company itself, for its operating cost, it is taking about 20%. And we are looking at potential of contributing towards the charities and towards the WAQF charities almost 40% on a quarterly basis, which is almost 480K per quarter that can be contributed. So this type of investment that we have created, right, is a temporary WAQF investment. It is capital plus profit back upon maturity as one option, or the second option is only capital back upon maturity, and the profit is completely given into WAQF as a cash flow. So I'm very happy to share this project with you, and we are looking for partners to join us in this project moving forward. 2 phases have successfully been completed, and now we are going basically from 2021. Every quarter, we'll be launching 500 acres plot with this plantation. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you, and I'll be open for questions after the session. Thank you very much.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Rashid, for your interesting and exposition on Fintera's new project on WAQF funding with intention to innovate WAQF investment together. We have come to the end of this keynote session, and we would like to thank once again all my colleagues whom I've known for their contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, this keynote session is important to have a context. We decided to bring them together on board because when the government of Malaysia announces a new strategic direction of WAQF in the national development mainstream, it is important to know all the stakeholders are involved. We invited the Federal Territory Religious Council because they are one of the regulatory organizations and housed in the most dynamic and developed state in Malaysia. Therefore, their response to the new government initiative is very critical. Second, when we invited Dr. Bajoyai, we are thinking about how would be the strategic mapping of WAQF for Malaysia of tomorrow. Third, when we invited Brother Amir, has a newly recognized organization to take WAQF to the new greater heights, we would expect Yayasan WAQF Malaysia to undergo a structural reorganization, a new cultural change, and a new entrepreneurial character in its development of WAQF as an industry. Third, finally, we have called upon my colleague from Jeddah, because of my experience before, the IDB is single responsibility for the development of WAQF from the Ummah. And all this along for the last 70 years after the Second World War, Muslim nations have not developed WAQF into its new stage of glory and greatness of yesterday. Therefore, it is important to understand why the role of Islamic Development Bank is still relevant for the unfinished business of WAQF in our civilizational approach to our own pursuit of happiness and success. Finally, we took upon a practical model from Fintera to show that entrepreneurship in WAQF is very important. Why? Because economic power is now the key to all our defense and promotion of the Islamic way of life. Finally, I would like to call again to say that we have no funds is understatement. We have the funds. What we do not have funds is that the fund to make ourselves an important agent of change for WAQF transformation for Malaysia and the world. All Muslims contribute 2.5% of the zakat. We will have to ask, what do we do with the rest of 97.5 money? And therefore, in Malaysia in particular, I have alerted that we have 10 million active Muslims who contributed in the pursuit of their spiritual obligation. And we have more than 250 billion of idle funds that they themselves can control, they can use, they can give, and as a matter of their own salvation to the hereafter. It is important to understand that any institutional or structural transformation is not the answer. Today, Muslims must take destiny making their business, their duty and obligation. And we cannot become a bystander in this new world that threatens our own existence. And Muslims have to blame themselves if they do not do their duty and obligation to their own faith and to their own motherland and to their own humanity, that they shall be accountable in the next after. It is with this spirit that the Global WAQF Conference came on board to bring a new sense of urgency, a new sense of dimension that Islam as a civilizational order has its place in humanity. With that, I like to again to remind all of us of this lasting message: make WAQF in action, make WAQF your business, make your WAQF your legacy for your family, for your organization, for your mosque, and make all the mosques and the surrounds, especially in Malaysia, 18,000. They should start the WAQF, cash WAQF initiative by tomorrow. With that, I would like to thank you once again for, unfortunately, we are not able to take any questions in the interest of time. We're behind about half an hour. And now, moving forward, I would like now to call to Miss Rosita Nordin from Emerald Publishing House to share with the researchers about the Emerald Young Researchers Award 2021. For your information, Emerald Research Publishing House is our partner in the journal in publishing our WAQF journal around the world. Please, may I call on Miss Rosita Nordin. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato. Okay, let me share. Can you all see my screen now?
Yes, we can see you. All right.
Okay. Right, is it on now? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all distinguished speakers, academic paper presenters, and all of you who are following us through this live streaming. My name is Rosita Nordin, and I am the Regional Marketing Manager for Emerald Publishing East Asia, overseeing 7 countries in total. I'm here today to introduce you all to our newly created award called Emerald Young Researcher Award. So let me tell you a little bit about Emerald Publishing. The company was founded in 1967 in Bradford, West Yorkshire in the UK. So that means we are 53 years old today. Our core subjects is business management and economics, education, engineering, library, and information science. In total, we have 13 subject collections. And Emerald is a publisher of more than 300 journals, 2,500 books, 2,500 plus teaching cases, and our new products, which is more than 20,000 expert briefings. For last year itself, we have over 30 million Emerald resources were downloaded, which represent more than 82,000 articles a day. We are known for supporting early career researchers, so that's why we have created this award and offer support to all authors throughout each stages of the publication process. Emerald is also championing real impact, and because we wanted researchers to obviously have their research which have impact on the society, and we also do support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and also we are the signatory of DORA. DORA represents a Declaration of Research Assessment, which was being signed by our directors in San Francisco last year. Emerald won the Independent Publisher of the Year award and also Academic and Professional Publisher of the Year at the recent 2020 Independent Publishers Guild during the Independent Publishing Awards. So that was a little bit from Emerald. So what is Emerald Young Researcher Award is all about? So Emerald in the East Asia and New Asian Tigers, that's another region, because under Emerald we have total of 11 regions, and these two regions are going to have this Emerald Young Researcher Award for next year. So when is it going to be? It's going to be from the 1st of January until the 30th of September. That is the submission window for 2021. And who are eligible for it? So the applicants must be a citizen or currently doing research in one of the following countries. So these are all the 15 countries which are eligible for submission. And one of the eligibility, the applicants have to be in the early stage of their research career. And to reduce confusion, we have put a limit, the age limit of 35 and below at the time of submission. So for the judging criteria, each application will be judged by a panel of experts based on these 5 criteria below. So the judges will be formed by Emerald, and they will be the senior researchers from the academics from various disciplines. And these young researchers have to be, like I stated just now, you have to be a citizen of the stated region, studying or working in the stated region and doing research. So the paper have to demonstrate originality and contribution in research or practice. The paper have to illustrate how the applicant has impacted the society. So that means it's a story of real impact. And they need to have a publication in any of Emerald journals from 1st of January 2019 to 30th of September 2021. And we also need a recommendation letter from one relevant or notable individual. So that means it's a thought leader or leading figure in that particular subject. So application requirements, so each write-up have to use our online application form. I will share the link later on in my slides. And they need to submit a summary stating the outcomes or impact that it has made. And that summary should not exceed 2,000 words. We also need a covering letter containing full contact details of the individual. We need to also have the PDF of the published article or letter of acceptance if the articles have not been published yet. So like I mentioned just now, the publication period should be from 1st of January 2019 until 30th September 2021. And also a recommendation letter from the notable individual. And the 2,000 word summary must display clearly the nature and purpose of the effort or activity of the success. And it has to describe the process involved and the impact it has made on the society. So even when the success of process is still ongoing, we also welcome that. And it has to state the impact that it has made and also what are the future plans. So we will have 5 winners in total, regardless of fields and disciplines. And each of the 5 young researchers will receive a certificate of achievements from Emerald Publishing. We'll also receive a special token. The name and affiliation will be posted on Emerald webpage, and we will also promote via our international social media platform. And also they will also receive a personalized incentive. And this is the page of the regional awards that has been live now. So if they can just go into Emerald Publishing and then search for regional awards, and then it will be there. And this is the submission form that will need to be filled up by the applicants. And then they just click on the submission button at the bottom. So this is the timeline, and it will start on the 1st of January, 1st of January 2021, and the closing window will be on the 30th of September 2021. And then the judging process will be from October through November, and we will announce the winners in December 2021. So for further information, or if you need any other, supporting documents, other information, just contact me at asia@emerald.com. And that's the end of my presentation. So thank you, and all the best to all the participants. Thank you.
On your new research, we thank you for sharing your program with the Malaysian community and international delegates, and we pray for your success on this new initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we are coming to the second phase of our program, which is the presentation on the academic papers, which is very essential as a nation, as a section on knowledge development of the discipline WAQF itself, by Malaysian researchers and academicians. So I would like now to call upon Yang Mulia Associate Professor Tuan Dr. Nur Aisyah Muhammad from the International Islamic University to take over as the moderator for this session. Tuan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Ghazali, the convener of 8th Global WAQF Conference. And I'm Dr. Nur Aisyah Muhammad from Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws International Islamic University. I'm your moderator for the academic session. I would like to welcome all presenters, participants. Thank you very much for your patience being with us throughout this program, and hopefully you will remain to be with us till the end of our program. Okay, I will skip the technical check on the presenters. I guess that all of them are with us this afternoon. I would like to make an announcement on some housekeeping matters for the presenters as well as for the participants. All presenters will be given 20 minutes for their presentation, and question will be allowed at the end of the session if the time permits, and all participants will be on muted mode except for the presenter in action. I will interrupt the presenter at the last 3 minutes to remind them to conclude their presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the respected participants, one of the important outcomes from the announcement of the Malaysian Budget 2021 is about the allocation of 1.4 billion ringgit for the management of the Islamic affairs in Malaysia. So this is a proof that the government is determined to fulfill WAQF national agenda, and one of the opportunities mentioned is about cash WAQF as a platform that could be nationally moved and realized involving all levels of the society. So our first paper, authored by Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Yaziz Muhammad Isa and Professor Dr. Zulkifli Muhammad from Uni Razak, will unlock some of the potential of cash WAQF in addressing economic misfortune such as of COVID-19 pandemic. So I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Yaziz to present their papers. You're welcome, Dr. Muhammad Yaziz. The floor is yours. Dr. Muhammad Yaziz. Okay, while waiting for him to prepare his presentation, let me briefly introduce Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Yaziz. He is one of the very important person for the management of Global WAQF Conference since the second Global WAQF Conference. So hopefully that he will share with us his experience in teaching and managing some of the WAQF issues and courses in his university. All right, we welcome Dr. Muhammad Yaziz. Okay, the title of his presentation, yeah, I think he's online now. All right, okay. I'm going to pass the baton to Dr. Muhammad Yaziz for his presentation. Alhamdulillah, he's here with me. Welcome, Dr. Muhammad Yaziz.
Thank you. Okay, basically our paper today is on the potential of cash WAQF as an instrument for inclusive growth to undo the reversal of economic misfortune actually caused by the present COVID-19 pandemic. So WAQF is basically, as we are aware, and it's a permanent and perpetual dedication of the assets of WAQF. It has yielding benefits whereby its source is for utilizations by the Ummah. So WAQF Foundation, for instance, can receive cash or donation that can remain with the foundation in reserve, which can be placed in the financial sector, whether in forms of savings, shares, or bonds, and the profits from these securities can be directed to benefits the beneficiaries eventually. So the funds that are raised can be invested further in shares or placed in unit trust to maximize the benefits. Basically, the investment must be Sharia compliant, as according to researcher Khalid Hussein and Haji Muhammad in last year, argue that fundamentally the sustaining of the liquidity is an important criterion, sustaining the liquidity of the investment during the tenure of the investment. That is an important criterion. Now, under the present condition of COVID-19 that the country and the world is facing, so it underscored the importance of this WAQF. That's why many governments throughout the world is rolling out many cash stimulus package, basically to provide the much needed cash and funds to reduce the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 to the economy. So without strong intervention, however, the crisis may actually, with the flush of funds, may actually trigger a cycle of, in fact, higher income inequality, lower social mobility among the vulnerable, and low resilience of the population, because these shocks can be due to the fact that if the funds that are being rolled out are interest-based, which may actually steep the recession curve, and therefore leads the financial system into further crisis. So as we move through this unprecedented economic fallout, economic downturn because of the pandemic 19 due to these causes, so there will be a lot of disruptions to the economy and social fabric, where we see that WAQF ideas remain unwavering, decidedly, and sustained. So the WAQF practice demonstrates the underlying flexibility in the sense that in its multitude of purposes, and with the evolution of different forms, unit trust, for instance, which will be elaborated by our next speaker, Dr. Hafsa, unit trust fund. So there are many forms. It provides huge opportunities to actually fine-tune to the specific needs and necessities of the current circumstances that we are facing due to the economic fallout because of the COVID-19. So intuitively, the WAQF jurisprudence is hugely flexible to conditions the usage of the benefits that we get from WAQF in line with the current and newly arising needs. So the pandemic is actually can cause a deepening of the income inequality and threatening inclusive economic recovery, which we have seen declining before the arrival of the pandemic crisis. So it's basically reversing the poverty abatement, which when decades of those steady decline in the poverty has now suffered a reversal of what we have hard-won gains. The sustained decline in the extreme poverty is now stalling and ending more than what we have achieved in the past 2 decades of continuous progress in reducing the income inequality. As we can see, this is a graph that is shown by the World Bank in October 2020. The graph of the global poverty rate before the pandemic has actually showing the past 2 decades of declining trend. That was before the COVID-19. So government is facing now with a lack of assistance in terms of finance sources to alleviate this poverty and reduce income inequality gaps that has existed way before the outbreak of COVID-19. But the arrival of the COVID-19 essentially will make the situation even more difficult. So due to the limited financial avenues for cash injection without affecting the budget deficit levels, which are now allocated more towards tackling the pandemic. So with the outbreak of the COVID-19 since last December, it will there will further reduction of funds, which will become more apparent as the focus has shifted now for tackling the pandemic-related issues. By and large, the early indications by the World Bank, as reported in October this year, that suggests that the crisis is going to affect and increase, in fact, income inequality. So we see that the top part on the left hand corner of the slide is whereby the graph has shifted up due to the pandemic 19. So we see that the reversal of fortune that we have achieved the past 2 decades when income equality has declined, but since last December the graph has actually moved up. It has reversed up. So those reversal of fortune is now striking especially the poorest people. So they are even in need, and we need even more powerful and dynamic response that can be in the form of cash WAQF. So cash WAQF can undo that reversal of economic fortune caused by the pandemic COVID-19. So coming back, as we are aware about the Islamic finance contract, they provide for inclusive growth and is participatory equity that can provide benefits in reducing poverty that increases and spurred by the current crisis and preventing other vulnerable people. So the overarching objective of preserving the benefits is to safeguard its perpetual character. To this end, the relevance of WAQF remains, as cash WAQF can also be deployed to generate much needed funding in this time to provide a solution to a host of new needs under new normal. This is much needed now, especially so when the market is currently flush with liquidity without clear directions toward value creation investment opportunities. So cash WAQF, as we see here, is a powerful alternative method to economic system of riba. Previous study also indicated that it has reported higher income revenues, and in this case we have seen that a recent study has indicated that those with higher income classes and female in the state of Selangor are the more sympathetic towards cash WAQF. This is very recent research completed by Khan, Muhammad, Shafi'i, and Said and Khan, but the study was limited to population of Selangor. So Abdul Jalil Yahya and PJ in last year concluded that the definitions and concept of WAQF are necessarily required to be in tandem to move with the requirements of public interest and the different forms for an ever-changing economic landscape and sophistication of financial tools. So the role of cash WAQF as social finance tool is to eradicate poverty, is timely, and has retained awareness now to undo the COVID-19 reversal of economic fortune. So the fact is that cash WAQF is flexible in minimum amount of contribution by the contributors. So Khan in 2001 earlier also highlighted that between in the cash WAQF, the direct policy initiative to alleviate poverty is such as distributing of payment is to the poor is not effective compared to the indirect policy initiative. Fundamentally, the core features of WAQF are that it is an ever-increasing investment that is sustainable to continuously preserving the benefits for societal usage. So Sulaiman and Zakari in 2005 15 argue for diversifying the source of return as a key aspect, though it's not enough to preserve the initial capital outlay, but should also hedge the returns against decline in purchasing power over time. Conversely, rather than targeting too much on capital gain, the more important strategy, according to Dimson in 2007, is to optimize the return for the beneficiaries so that the generated returns will be immediately distributed for the present need to the beneficiaries while protecting the capital from diminishing in value. This is not to say to protect from the capital from diminishing in value is less important, but of the two is more important is to optimize the return to the beneficiaries due to current need. So between these approaches to alleviate poverty, the first, like we have indicated earlier, the direct and indirect approaches. The indirect approaches is more effective according to Khan in 2001. A key aspect of effectiveness is that it is capable to enhance the capabilities of the poor in the long run through creating employment opportunities or ensuring them accessible to social services. That's what the author concludes. So Ma, Iman and Muhammad 2017 label that real estate WAQF, however, is less dynamic. Zikara 2000 proved that the resilience of cash WAQF during the Ottoman economy that contributed by its reinvestment of profit and more collection from the small donors. So in time of crisis like we are facing right now, the current COVID-19 pandemic, the cash WAQF can therefore be flexibly implemented to generate funds for the economic stimulus package for funding of social improvement programs. Saifuddin in 2014 suggested that some other forms in which cash WAQF can take in the form of mudarabah, musyarakah and ijara to finance business dealing. The use of mudarabah as in cash WAQF is for the purpose of making profits and distribution of them, the profits on the objective of the cash WAQF. So we recall earlier in 2004, International Islamic Fiqh Academy made a resolution in which they pointed that cash WAQF should be invested in contracts such as mudarabah, musyarakah, istisna, to provide stable and consistent return. In the case of mudarabah, for instance, it is the fund management contract where the bank is the mudarib as a manager of the fund, as a fiduciary responsibility to invest in profitable investment and on behalf of the depositor of the cash WAQF. So to conclude, basically we see that cash WAQF is more appropriate in the current time to face the COVID-19 reversal of economic crisis. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Yaziz from Uni Razak. One key point to take home from his presentation is that in promoting WAQF, indirect approaches are more effective. So that is very interesting finding. So it requires us to be more innovative and creative in marketing WAQF product. Right, so let's proceed with the second presentation. We're going to invite Madam Nurlaila Mazura Haji Mohaidin, and her co-author is Professor Dr. Aini Aman from National Defence University of Malaysia, UPNM.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Tok Puan Dr. Nur Asiah Muhammad as our moderator today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning to all distinguished guests and also colleagues. Okay, so this is the title of our study is on the understanding the issues of WAQF at Public University, the preliminary findings. So we have two authors, me and Professor Dr. Aini Aman. First of all, this is the outline, the presentation outline for today. First is on introductions, LR, research methodology, preliminary findings, discussion, and also implication and future studies. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the introductions of my presentation. Okay, WAQF funds should be managed efficiently with good governance by addressing accountability and transparency challenges in public university, Jauhar 2018. So this matter has been explained by our chairman, the YB side this morning, and also touched by Professor Dr. Amin, and also related with the Fintera, Mr. Hamid Rashid. So limited empirical studies on WAQF management so far is focused on the SIRC in Malaysia, means that the State Islamic Religious Council, such as by Siraj, Habibin, Hairul Suhaimi, Arshad, Abu Talib, and also Abu Talib et al. 2020. So besides that, limited empirical studies on WAQF management focus on religious school, boarding schools and religious-based madrasah such as Taib et al. And Saidun Madrani, Muhammad and Isa 2019. So according to Taib and Shakir, the issue of WAQF in public university is still unreliable and impractical in Malaysia, and discussion is also limited to non-empirical studies such as stated by the Abdul Razak, Omar and also Suhaili. So Ahmad said that reported one of the issues in managing WAQF funds in public university was collection and distributions of WAQF funds. Johan et al. Reported one of the challenges faced by the public university in managing WAQF was the transparency, and Hussein said that reported one of the improvements in managing WAQF funds in public university includes working with the stakeholders. So issue of accountability and transparency limited to SIC. Okay, so this is stated by Abdul Rahman and Godard, stated that no improvement in terms of accountability. And furthermore, issue of accountability and transparency limited to SIFC, Afifuddin 2010 also reported that there were incompetent management scandals and the illegal use of WAQF funds that has raised questions about the governance and accountability of WAQF institution, and stated those studies are still limited. So in terms of accounting system, the system, okay, database and record issues, Ghazali and Sawari 2014 stated that when this issue occurs, enabling elements of distrust, untruth, and injustice will occur to the financial reporting of WAQF funds. However, the empirical evidence studies on accountability in WAQF only shows how the WAQF is discharge accountability, but not from the perspective of how they overcome those challenges. So therefore, using the institutional logic, this study aims to provide further understanding on the challenges faced by public university in managing WAQF, especially on accountability and also transparency. So this is the research questions. Okay, what are the challenges faced by public university in WAQF management? How could blockchain enhance accountability and transparency in WAQF management? So means the blockchain, we are using the blockchain as a tool to overcome the challenges. So since this is the preliminary findings, okay, we get the challenges, we identify the challenges first. So the contribution, further understanding on how blockchain technologies solve the challenges of accountability and transparency in WAQF management and increase the trust of stakeholders, including customers, suppliers, the government, and also regulatory agencies. Okay, so this is the literature review. So first of all, we need to understand what is the basic concept. First, WAQF giver. Okay, WAQF giver is we call as a al-Waqif. WAQF administrator or mutawali, beneficiary or we call as a mawquf alahi, solely trustee of WAQF or mutawali we refer to SIRC, and must obtain, whatever it is, must be obtained permission from SRC to become a WAQF administrator, and the WAQF returns will be distributed to beneficiaries or mawquf alayhi. So here, I want to explain that we have beneficiary, we have two parts of beneficiaries. The beneficiaries, we are referring to other units of university, inside the universities, like department, units, and so forth. But another one beneficiary, because of mawquf alayhi, which is referring to the student. So in terms of accountability and transparency challenges in implementing WAQF, okay, so we identify several authors. Okay, disseminations of reporting for Mutawali ABC is widespread, by the dissemination of reporting of Mutawali SYZ is not widely disseminated in Indonesia. This is studied by Ihsan and Haji Muhammad Ibrahim 2011. In terms of autonomy and accountability, Siraj 2012 stated that SIRC in Malaysia should be more flexible, have greater autonomy, less disturbed by government decision and collective. Masruki and Shafi'i 2013 also added the benefits of the development of WAQF accounting and the absence of accounting guidelines and standards affect the lack of accountability and transparency. However, the World Bank Group 2019 stated that since there is no regulatory framework to ensure transparency and integrity of WAQF financial fundraising, but due to existence of digital economy such as blockchain technology may overcome those challenges. And stakeholders have access to financial information through disclosure statement and reports, and performance appraisal is very important for internal and external accountability. So in terms of accounting information system for WAQF institution, here we have three perspectives to discuss on. First is people, the second one is process, the third one is technology. The people perspective actually is related to the stakeholder. According to Zhang and Harun, stakeholder plays the role or not in the blockchain technology network as reported by Nurul and also Singh et al. 2019. This is talk about the technology. Ehsan said that Mutawali has a greater accountability and transparency to stakeholder, but there is no further discussion on how Mutawali involves them in WAQF decision making in the WAQF system. In the process perspective, we have IPO, input, process and output. Input refers to the collection, process refers to the activity, and output refers to the distribution. And Siti Umaira and Siti Mashito have reported that only Public University A has a representative from the SIRC to determine the WAQF distribution. So meaning that there's no standardization of the decision on WAQF distribution among public universities. And three legal issues to point out. First is ownership of WAQF asset. We know that once we is a WAQF asset is referring to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, but the way who is managing that, either a public university or SIRC, and also second, the revenue as expenditure, who charge on that, okay, and also on istibdal decisions. So istibdal decision is related to Siti Amara and Siti Moshita, where there is no standardizations of calling the representative from SRC to the decision making. And in terms of technology, okay, what can we say that this is only a research gap. So we have WAQF, a study on WAQF in Indonesia by Zulaika and Arif, identify the stakeholders as tool for fundraising from abroad and approved transparency. And Islamic Religious Schools in Malaysia by Ghazali and Sheikh Ismail 2019, but non-empirical findings. And also WAQF in India by Rashid 2018, but non-empirical findings. So to underpin this study, we are using the institutional theory and institutional logic. So we know that institutional theory, we have three elements: coercive, normative, and also the mimetic. So coercive is referring to the stakeholder, and the normative is the standardization between the rules and regulations among the practitioners, and also how they fulfill the requirement by for the society. And also mimetic is they are miming from the other organization. So we are going to the institutional logic because the institutional theory is focused on the homogeneity of the factors, but institutional logic is focused more on the heterogeneity factors, means that the variety of factors, external factors. So we identify four logics in the institutional logic. First is socio-technical system logic, multiple accountability and transparency logic, Islamic accountability and transparency logic, and stakeholder logic. So actually the multiple accountability logic and transparency logic by Rana and Hope and Sanzo and Paris actually is discussed on how they are accountable to variety of the stakeholder, which is referring to the human being. But what we are talking consideration Islamic accounting and transparency, we are covering two parts. First is Hablum Minallah and another one is Hablum Minannas. Okay, so this is the research methodology, the philosophy. We use the qualitative research, the interpretive case study by Walsham, Walsham 2005, data collection, interviews with stakeholders and document reviews, interview protocol we use inspired by Castilla Montoya 2016, semi-structured format inspired by O'Donoghue, and duration for interview session 30 minutes to 1 hour. And for the sampling technique, we are using the purposive sampling. Why? Is to produce the most relevant and rich data as stated by Yin 2011. So the respondent is directors, executives, al-Waqifs, beneficiaries, Sharia experts, and also blockchain developers. And data analysis, we are using the open coding, SL coding by Strauss and Coding, and also recoded by Orlikowski. So this is our preliminary findings. So actually we identified 5 findings. Okay, first is unpleasant perception by the other units of beneficiary. Okay, so they said that elements of social technical system logic in public. This is our discussion on that. Okay, exists in cohesive element of institutional theory. The system should include other units. I mean, like health center. Put into the system. So this is what they are responding saying. Okay, the process is disconnecting between collection and distribution. That's right, because it is a decision from another unit, such as the health center. But you have to report back, especially if there is question from the auditor or make a special report. So there's a breaking up between the collection and also distribution. So another one is unpleasant perception. They do not seem to understand the real functions of WAQF and have their own interests, and thus the system should include other units. For example, about the yield, this is respondent say about the yield. People will talk about why they are in the endowment unit, not other units. Other units also want to use it. And in terms of uncertainty distribution, stakeholder logic can exist in cohesive element of institutional theory. Researchers' opinion, all WAQF should be involved in public university WAQF system to avoid any waste of WAQF fund. Okay, why do this? Because there is a technical error where the Mawquf Alaihi received 2 scholarships. This is contradict with the university policy. So this is stated by the respondent. The problem is when a student gets more than 1 scholarship, the student does not let us know that he gets sponsorship from another party until the other party informs us. In university policy, our students can receive more than 1 scholarship. And the third one is possibility of entry error, okay, in terms of servant of Allah, okay, like Datuk Sri Said mentioned now, just this morning about the income tax, yeah. Also suddenly the servant of Allah requests for the receipt. So what we worry is if let's say the issuance of receipt to the wrong al-Waqif. Okay, and then the 4th one is unpleasant perceptions on blockchain technology. Okay, this is a technology from social technical system, has existed in the normative element of institution theory, the system structure has become normative until there are unpleasant perception of the blockchain technology proposed by the researchers. Okay, this blockchain, okay, what is the respondent said that this blockchain is a little messy. For example, my unit received 2,500 and we remain there. Lost, if not there, and not invest, can blockchain solve this problem? So next step, we need to find how the blockchain solve this problem. And we also identify what is respondent said, that conflict between technology and also law. That is the problem of blockchain. Wanting to know to reach at the end, WAQF must remain at the principle and apply only to investment yield to be used to mawquf alihi. The weakness of blockchain is that it has to be used up until section 44(6) of ITA 1967 must apply at least 50%. And then about the istibdal decision, okay, so the decision on istibdal, internal committee of the institution only not involve the fatwa committee and SRC, and the ownership of a building has become public university under the Minister of Higher Education. So they said that the rector gets WAQF funds to make commercial property. The proceeds included in scholarship and operating cost because the enactment is recognized as WAQF. There is a Sharia Council chaired by lecturers of the Faculty of Law and has reached the LPU. So here, since like Mashita, only one university let them as IRC representative to be to be together to make a decision making on this. And it's also related to enactments such as enactment 15, okay, WAQF enactment section 4.2 stated that any manager or administrator appointed under paragraph B and C shall have the duties and responsibility as prescribed by Majlis. This is Selangor State 2015. WAQF land through WAQF M, Al-Waqif provide cash and rebuild buildings. People know and people land is the property and the university under MOHE. Okay, this is the theoretical implication and so practical implication. First, extend the understanding on the issues of accountability and transparency. Particularly in WAQF management, integration between WAQF system, technology studies and Islamic studies. This study proved that Islam is a good guide in managing all areas due to obedience to Allah, glory to be Him, and loving human being through the improvement of accountability and transparency. This study also contributes to the extensions of institutional theory by Di Maggio and also institutional logic by the Friedland and also Alford. Abu Talib 2020 introduced Islamic religion logic in the study of accounting and reporting. And this study extends the religion logic with Islamic accountability and transparency logic. And this study supports the interpretive case study by Walsham 1995, who introduced it in the field of information system research and research focused on public university WAQF system. And the practical implications suggest the best practices of WAQF management in public university. Researchers intend to introduce development of blockchain technology framework that may improve existing public university WAQF system. That's all. Thank you from me.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Nurlaila Mazura Haji Moidin, a PhD candidate at University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia. The authors, among others, have shared about the parameters in determining the prioritized beneficiaries, and I think the findings are very important. Okay, whatever the lesson learned from this presentation are crucial in assisting the policymakers, the mutawali, the nazir, in developing a good system of WAQF. And among others, the authors suggested for the use of WAQF blockchain. Okay, now we move to our third event. Development of WAQF land for accommodation or residential is not new, at least in the context of Malaysia. Building houses or other landed properties on WAQF land is becoming common practice. Our next speaker, Madam Nurlaili Mat Isa, a PhD candidate from Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University, and the co-author, Dr. Mahyuddin Daud, both of them from Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, will analyze the legal issues arising from the operation of short-term rental in WAQF housing, okay, such as Airbnb, okay, by the beneficiaries of WAQF. And I think the findings from this presentation is also very important to help the policymakers to draft policies relating to and development of housing or development of WAQF land. So let's welcome Madam Nur Laili to present her paper.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I will present about this legality of operating short-term rental accommodation in WAQF housing, which is actually this is a preliminary observation. Today I will discuss about giving the introduction what is the short-term rental accommodation is all about, and then also the next thing we'll discuss about the short-term rental accommodation services and sharing economy, which is lead to the role of how this disruptive technology is actually assisting the boost of short-term rental accommodation. And lastly, the third one, we discuss about how the WAQF housing development concept and characteristic, and as well as the administration of WAQF housing in Malaysia. And also discuss about how the operating short-term rental accommodation in WAQF housing development issues with regard to the purpose of formation of WAQF housing itself, and the second issue with regard to the extent of enjoyment of WAQF housing by beneficiaries, and as well as whether the issues on whether by operating STRA on WAQF housing should be allowed. And lastly, I will conclude with my presentation and as well as some recommendation. So basically, the short-term rental accommodation services has gained popularity, particularly with the introduction of online hosting websites such as Airbnb. And most of the country have different terms with regard to the short-term rental accommodation. Whereas by European Commission, they have defined the concept of short-term here, refer to household sharing access to unused space in their home or renting out the holiday home to travelers using online platform. And the concept that they refer to here is a peer-to-peer accommodation. And in Australia, basically, particularly in New South Wales, these activities is so much related to the renting the whole or part of private home by the homeowner, and then this renting services, then activities actually go through the digital platform for holiday purposes. And in Australia, the term they refer here, the activities they refer here is short-term rental accommodation, whereas in Malaysia is slightly different, where the term refer in Malaysia is short-term residential accommodation, where the homeowners rented their accommodation for a relatively short period of time, and they listed their residential accommodation on a digital platform such as Airbnb, Agoda, Hostel, MyCrib Booking, and so on. So actually, in the Age Property reported that more than 1,000 private homeowners or their agent have listed either landed and stratified properties on such websites and attract short-term travelers to rent for work or holiday purposes. Malaysian Productivity Corporation, who has been tasked by the government to look at the issues and to look at the framework of short-term residential accommodation in Malaysia, have reported some issues, and they have highlighted some issues such as lack of regulation, high objection from homeowners, safety and public nuisance liability of any occupancy, and possible tax elusion. For the first issues, actually, the lack of regulations here refer to currently in Malaysia there is no specific guideline or no specific law which regulate the short-term residential accommodation. And this lack of regulation lead to digital conversions, platform operators, and it's created the unequal playing fields that endanger the hotels markets. And for the high objection of from homeowners, they are actually the reports that shows that the guests provide invalid background details, which led to fraud and theft to the property owner. And this also high objection from owners also lead to the issue on safety and public nuisance, where guests illegally duplicate the key, and this was have reported some of increased breaks in and theft. And some of reported also there's a guest suffered injury during their stay, but either the platform providers or the host are responsible for it, because unlike these traditional hotel or registered hotel and hostel, their services is provided their services is actually the liability is under Innkeepers Act 1952, and they have the liability and roles under innkeeper liability. So STRA does not fall under this Innkeepers Act 1950. So that's why where the guest suffered the injury during their stay, they cannot go who to claim for. And then they also complain by these traditional hotel operators, where they claim that the possible tax losses because these unregistered short-term rental accommodation services have caused possible tax losses from the government perspective, as well as the actually the registered hotel is need to pay for business or tourism taxes, which has been circulated to develop the industry further. But this for this traditional hotel, this says that it is unfair for the paying hoteliers to pay for industry costs, but the STRA services is not necessary to do so. So basically, these STRA existence have brought about unprecedented impacts to the Malaysian housing landscape, and this increase in the number of listing of residential property in one particular area actually lead to the price war between hotel providers and STRA. So this also linked to they have possible of losing profit for these traditional hotels. And then in the increase in the STRA platform provided listing also associated with the increase in rent, and this have been found by Harvard Research Institute that the increased listing in Airbnb was also lead to increase in rents in the surrounding area. And of course, when it's related to the increase of rent, it also lead to the impact of first homeowner capability to own affordable housing due to price hike in both rental and housing market. So they cannot afford to buy or to purchase or even to rent housing for their staying. Now we will look at with regard to short short-term rental accommodation services and the theory of sharing economy and how it played its role as a disruptive technology. Basically, the ideas of STRA is actually from the two students created the website and advertised and their apartment as an bed and breakfast during the conference happened in San Francisco about 2007. And this, when they created the website, it's actually it's a proof that the concept of the and the business model actually was successful and profitable, and they relaunched again the website, which is known as Airbnb. And then this website also has expansions of the STRA punya the STRA expansion, and then it's offer bookings of millions room and nights without having the platform, without having any asset in real. It's just that people who listing their property, and then the platform does not have any responsible to it. So this Airbnb actually able to do without owning any single asset. So this also relates with the sharing economy concept. In Oxford, this dictionary defined the sharing economy as economic system in which asset or services are shared through internet. And Miracle Mohammed also defined this sharing economy with the term of collaborative consumption, where peer economy or sharing economy, where people use in common with others by renting, lending, trading goods and services. Services here is not just about the short-term rental accommodation, but the services here is cover a wide range of services, such as transportation, the hospitality. So the sharing services of economy is a wide range of field. And then according to Ramirez, it is actually the any marketplace that using the internet to put together the distributed individual networks to share or trade is considered as the platform-based for sharing economy concept. And lastly, in 2018, Tusidia and President, it says that people who generate income by sharing their surplus or underused property, also known as collaborative consumption. So Shaw actually laid down some characteristics of this role of disruptive technology in recirculation of goods, increased utilization of durable assets, exchange of services, and sharing of productivity assets. And somehow there are these agreements between the service providers itself, where the TaskRabbit actually, they claim themselves as an errand site, often related to sharing economy. Whereas Mechanical Turk is actually one of the UK platform. This is that they are only servicing platform, but Airbnb has synonymously declared themselves adhere to the sharing economy concept. So here, disruptive innovation here refer to the theory which describe a mechanism in which disruption innovation changes a market, often to the point that previously dominant firms are broken down. It means that previously people use hotel, people use hostel, people use motel. So, but now these activities have been disrupted because of the new introduction of technology, and now we move to the even a homeowner or even the individual private home can do the services like hotel. And then this disruptive innovation also refer to perennial gale of creative disruption, driving business economies to meet the consumer demands. Okay, now we move to look at the WAQF housing development, where according to Ali and al., where the WAQF movement anticipation actually will resolve disparities in the development of urban housing. Basically, WAQF housing also relates to the WAQF real estate, which has developing into movable and immovable asset. And this enhancement of WAQF real estate still surrounding the purpose of WAQF Khairi. So as we moving to the literal meaning of WAQF is also interpreted as to hold, confine, prohibit, deter, prevent or restrain or avoid, contain or preserve, whereas the technical of WAQF means to protect something by preventing it from becoming the property of a third person. And for WAQF land, it's actually the real estate was donated by the donor for the greater ummah in the name of Allah. And thus, once property is donated for charity, which is WAQF, it cannot be reimbursed by the original proprietor to be donated or used as legacy or sold. However, some of the principle of WAQF housing, there must be a founder, which is the WAQF, the subject matter as well, the mawquf, the trustee or wali or mutawali, and the desired beneficiaries or mawquf alayh. So, according to the character of WAQF housing itself, according to Abu Yusuf, WAQF is irrevocable. It is only effective and binding as soon as the declaration is made by the contributor. And the WAQF character should be in perpetuity, whereas Hanafis has made perpetuity as a condition for WAQF to be valid. And once a legal statement has been issued, the subject of WAQF extract the ownership of the waqif, and neither can the waqif or the mutawali be alienated or transferred, nor can their heirs take it as their heritage. So this is to ensure the character of WAQF to be inalienability. So the modern jurist has, according to Sulaiman, has agreed that on flexibility of the original WAQF property, which is in danger or ruin and stop producing income, the property could be sold off if the price received were reinvested in another property. For administration of WAQF housing in Malaysia, the jurisdiction is converted under 9 Schedule, Second List of Federal Constitution, which provide the matters relating to religion, custom and practices, as well as land under the jurisdiction of states. The power of administration of WAQF is under Article 74, Subsection 1, Subsection 2, where empowering the state to enact legal provision on the administration of matters relating to WAQF. And then Article 80 also ensure that the states have a legislative power for the matters stated under Item 1 of the second list. And then for the function of a state Islamic religious council, it is expressly stated under administration of Islamic law enactment, where as an institutionalized manager of WAQF, and then later the power of SRC embedded under the, for example, under state enactments such as Section 4 of WAQF State of Selangor Enactment 2015, which recognized Majlis as sole trustee of WAQF matters. And then WAQF land for the purpose of housing development, it should be in line and in accordance with the process of registering the titles, the development and the purview, the development of the WAQF housing here still under the purview of federal law. And it should be consistent with the procedure with regard to National Land Code requirement. And with regard to land registering process, there are 3 methods practiced by the SRC in registering WAQF land, i.e. the transfer of property, the statutory vesting, and surrender the land to the government. So the issue on the land process is registration of process of Wakaf land is important criteria in determining the local standard and the legal interests of the parties, and this also will determine the rights and obligation of every party, such as waqif, mutawali, beneficiary, and how wakaf as in asset can be administered and protected. And this also will ensure the beneficiaries can enjoy the quiet possession of the asset. So basically, in operating short-term rental accommodation and wakaf housing development, where this concept actually should be in line with the new and innovative framework, and it should be emphasized on adapting the current trend in the use of housing as a source of income, not just for shelter. So this indirectly will enhance and maintain the quality of life and its sustainability aspect. So there are several issues in allowing the beneficiaries to enhance the enjoyment of wakaf housing. First, with regard to the purpose of wakaf information, which relate to what is the original purpose of wakaf housing development. To determine the extent of enjoyment of wakaf housing, whether by allowing the beneficiary to capitalize the use of wakaf housing will contradict the original purpose of waqif, and then by operating STRA in wakaf housing, whether it will amount to deviation from the original purposes. So now we look at the first issues with regard to the formation of wakaf.
Nolahi,
yes.
Your time is almost up. You may need to conclude now.
Okay. So basically, the conclusion and recommendation here, by operating as TRA in Malaysia currently facing many illegal issues, yet their existence cannot be denied in increasing income opportunity to household, and wakaf housing also affordability of household income. So these were in line with the National Housing Policy vision, and the principle of wakaf asset is similar to shared economy asset, where asset ownership is not transferred, but people generate income by sharing their surplus or underused properties. And in legalizing the operating of STRA in wakaf housing, the purpose of wakaf housing to be developed, the intention of wakaf should be precedent objective for the mutawali to consider in giving consent for the wakaf housing can be operated as STRA, and although the administration of wakaf is under the purview of the state, operating STRA is still subjected to other local law. As well, recommendations here, further studies on the impact of operating STRA in wakaf housing in terms of economy, social and legal to ensure the sustainability of wakaf housing and development. Thank you, and that's all for my presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Norlaili. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done if we were to establish a short-term rental in wakaf properties. Apart from looking and getting the approval from the SIRC, we may also need to look at the Strata Management Act in the case of high-rise property or strata properties. Okay, one of the requirement, of course, to get the consensus from the management corporation or joint management body of the particular strata scheme. All right, okay. Next, let's move to presenter number 4. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quote a very quotation from Sultan Nazrin Shah of Perak in a forum pertaining to higher education on Islamic economics and fourth industrial revolution in 2008. He said that technological advances are being made every day, and emerging breakthroughs in fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, nanotechnology and biotechnology will no doubt further enhance the potential of the wakaf system in ways that we cannot imagine today. So it's a very beautiful quotation and true indeed. Okay, so but we have not heard of blockchain in 1990s perhaps. Okay, at least I'm very sure that I have not heard of that. But now it's becoming a trend, and now we do shopping by just one click. Okay, so our next presenter will bring to us the opportunities through the employment of the technological advancement with special reference to corporate WAQF. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Madam Putri Aina binti Megat Amir Nordin and the co-authors, Associate Professor Dr. Besar bin Ngah and Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Mahmud from Medina International University. Madam Putri, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Tuan, for the quotation. Now we are into the technology world. So we have to focus more on the digital side. Let me get my slide first. Hold on. Yes, can you see the slide?
Not yet, Putri.
Yeah, the slide is on now.
Can you share the slide?
Yeah, it is shared.
I don't see on my screen.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Tuan, can you see now?
Not yet.
Hold on. Kenapa tak boleh juga?
Dah klik share dah?
Betul.
You need to click on the PowerPoint.
Okay, sorry for the delay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, my name is Putri Aina. I'm a lecturer from Medina International University. This topic today, I would like to present extracting out from my PhD thesis with my supervisor, Associate Professor Dr. Besar and Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Azubbi. The title is The Effects of Blockchain Technology on the firm's perceived behavior towards corporate WAQF intention in Malaysian SMEs. A little bit background study. What is corporate WAQF? Corporate WAQF is a hybrid fundraising model that maintains the WAQF principle as the perpetual endowment, but it combines with the dynamic of both the investment returns for the business from the WAQF projects. It is confined as the amount of liquid money, shares, profits, and dividends by organizations. The issues on corporate WAQF is that from several literature reviews from the research studies, corporate WAQF has not progressed as well as predicted to generate the WAQF economy. Yes, indeed, we have successful stories from corporate WAQF. For example, Jacob established WAQF An-Nur, but the success stories are very few. Yeah. From the research conducted, it is found that 10% of total amount of WAQF collections comes from corporate WAQF. Only 10%. Yeah. And only 16% of WAQF properties developed by the whole entire WAQF collection. So there's a problem here. Yeah, the existing models of corporate WAQF are criticized as ineffective in attracting the attention of firms to donate. And the public have the tendency to contribute to other endowments rather than corporate WAQF, such as they prefer sedekah, they prefer zakat instead of corporate WAQF. So what is the problem? The real problem of realizing the corporate WAQF goal is not the lack of funds or the lack of generosity. In the studies shows that Malaysia is amongst the highest contributors to charitable act. Yeah? Actually, the problem is it is purely the absence of a reliable, innovative fintech mechanism for an improved fundraising management in the collection of WAQF proceeds that can actually trigger the intention of SMEs. And currently, the WAQF mechanism is unable to serve the needs of the emerging socio-economic empowerment. And there are inconsistency of corporate WAQF models currently available. Yeah. So the basic curiosity of the researcher is to understand whether WAQF blockchain technology is able to affect the firm's behavior towards corporate WAQF. From the readings of the literature reviews, there are three underpinning theories that is adapted to this research. Yeah? Electronic data interchange model, one of them by Lukuvu. It is said to be adaptable to blockchain technology. It studies on the firm's technology adoption behavior. Interestingly, it studies the impact of the technology rather than the usage of the technology. Yeah, and it focuses on the benefits, the readiness of the organizations, and the external pressure. The second underpinning theory is using triple bottom line theory by F. Kingston. This is more on the corporate social responsibility, and the study focused on the sustainability benefits of the corporate profits, the society, and the planet, which is the environment. Yeah, and the third theory that is applicable in this research is from the theory of planned behavior by Ajzen. This is commonly used to study the behavioral intention. So from the research problem, we find there's a research gap here, and also from the underpinning theories, there is little empirical research focused on the determinants of the firm's perceived behavior. Current focus is on individual system user rather than the firm's perceived behavior. The second is inconsistency of findings in the areas of corporate WAQF technology. Currently, the tools focus on the usage of the technology rather than predicting the socio-economic consequences. And there's no attempt at the moment to investigate the moderating effect of WAQF blockchain technology. From the problems and the underpinning theories, a conceptual framework is established in this research. Look at the left side, there's 5 factors which focus on the firm's perceived behavior. Number 1 is firm's perceived corporate benefits. What it means that the company feels that if they donate to corporate WAQF, there's a benefit to the company either financially or non-financially. The second is perceived social benefits. It means that if the company donate to corporate WAQF, whether they find there's an impact or an effect to the society. The third is to see whether there's an effect to the environment if they donate to corporate WAQF. The fourth is to study on whether the company is actually ready to use the digital electronic WAQF currently online in some of the banks. And the fifth is using perceived external pressure from the WAQF trustees, the governance of the corporate WAQF. So the juice of this conceptual framework is based on the moderating effect of blockchain technology. So this study wants to identify whether WAQF blockchain technology can actually moderate the firm's perceived behavior for them to trigger their intention to donate to corporate WAQF. The research methodology that's being used here is using a questionnaire, and 450 decision makers from SMEs were being distributed with the questionnaires from the top to the lower management, from the shareholders and also decision makers of SMEs. 210 decision makers were being analyzed using PLS-SEM. Okay. Through the questionnaire, the respondents were asked to watch a YouTube display on what is WAQF blockchain. Okay, so WAQF blockchain is actually like a normal accounting transactions, accounting ledger. It has the data records, it has transactions, but the beauty of the blockchain is it's transparent. All the stakeholders can see what's going on in the transactions, and it's traceable. You can track back the transactions. It's decentralized, it's secured. This is the beauty of when we use blockchain technology. The respondents were also able to see in the YouTube the whole process of the WAQF chain, as what Mr. Hamid just now from Fintera mentioned about the WAQF chain. So what it means is that, for example, if a corporate donors, they want to donate their shares or donate their bonds in liquidified money, cash money, and they have a land, they want to make a supermarket, for example, they will know from the WAQF blockchain who is the asset management, who are the contractors, who are the insurance provider, who are the auditors, who are the WAQF trustees, where does their money go to. And they will see if, let's say, the supermarket is ready and they get income from the supermarket, where does the money go to? Either they go back to the donors, the corporates, or it is siphoned to the needies or another third party. So the whole transaction you can see from the whole process of blockchain. The respondents were also asked to view the website display, and you can see here in the WAQF chain, there are cost projects, either, for example, madrasah tafiz or healthcare shelter or green initiative. You can see the tax exemption, you can see the supporters, the cost, whether it's active or non-active, and whether when it is already gain a lot of the contribution, from there, that's where the smart contract comes in. Okay, the smart contract is actually a normal agreement that we have between parties, but the agreement is digitally and it's transparent. So all the stakeholders will know what are the costs for, how does the money transact, what are the investment returns, where does the money go to, through this blockchain technology. And also a part of the investment, it goes into the social metrics, where it goes into the green contribution, for example, planting trees. Okay, the whole data that received from the respondents is being analyzed using PLS-SEM. From there, what we can see is the findings result. Before the moderator of blockchain, the 5 factors that I mentioned earlier, only 2 factors are being supported prior to the implementation of blockchain. That means, for example, the social benefits and the environmental benefits, the company perceives that it brings benefits to the society, it brings the benefit to the environment, even without blockchain. But for perceived corporate benefits, they believe that it doesn't bring benefit to the company. It doesn't the company is not ready to use the current online WAQF system. And they feel that external pressure from the governing body, the WAQF trustees, does not give an effect to them to contribute to corporate WAQF. Okay, but when the analysis using the moderator is WAQF blockchain. Okay, so the result shows that all factors are significant except for perceived environmental benefits. It means that the companies, SMEs, do not believe that it brings benefit to the environment. But for the other factors, it is supported, it is significant. Yeah. So what does this mean? Right. From the findings, there's an implication of the research here. The first category, when you look at theoretical implication, this is important, yeah? There's a paradigm shift of thoughts on WAQF from an individual culture to business value culture. It means that we are normally in an environment where we perceive WAQF on an individual perspective, on an individual basis. And now, with corporate WAQF and blockchain, it is more on the business perspective, yeah, generating income, right? From hypothesis 1 to hypothesis 5, it shows that the intention behaviors in the studies of the firm, not the individual. Hypothesis 7 to hypothesis 11 indicate that the intention behavior of predictive technology, socio-economic outcome, rather than in studying the usage of the technology from the system user. Okay, hypothesis 1 to hypothesis 11 shows that the study is more on the empirical findings rather than the conceptual theoretical framework. Yeah. At the practical implication, fintech institutions can understand the fundraising management behavior. Okay, from hypothesis 1, firms inclined to donate for social benefits rather than corporate benefits. What this means is that the firms believe that without blockchain, the benefit is not for them. Okay, and they are reluctant to donate to get income for them alone. But with blockchain, they feel that they can share the investments with the company and also the society or third party. Yeah, that's why they are inclined to donate to corporate WAQF when there is blockchain. Hypothesis 7 shows that the environmental benefits is not priority when there is a blockchain due to perceived technology disruption. From the study, there are 72% of respondents believe that blockchain is similar to Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is similar to money laundering. And money laundering have a negative connotation, and it brings back to blockchain. Okay, and that's why the firms believe that it does not bring benefit, not to the biological environment, but for the a digital environment. Yeah, that's why they are not receptive towards perceived environmental benefits when it comes to blockchain. Hypothesis 10 indicates that the company, the SMEs, they are ready to donate to corporate WAQF when there is blockchain rather than without blockchain. Okay. Hypothesis 4 indicates that the external pressure from WAQF trustees plays a major role in firms not contributing to corporate WAQF. This is the findings from the research, from the analysis. Look at the regulatory policy implication. It highlights to the WAQF lawmakers and regulators, based on hypothesis 11, it shows that the perceived external pressure of WAQF trustees can be moderated by blockchain. That means our governance, the state Islamic bodies, Jauhar, Mawid, they can look into blockchain because firms believe that the external pressure of the governance body can be moderated using blockchain. Hypothesis 7 to hypothesis 11 shows the establishment of clarity on the perceived behavioral intention using blockchain as a fundraising mechanism, not only for fundraising, but also for management of the corporate wakaf. Okay. Hypothesis 6 introduced the smart contract. As I mentioned just now, smart contract is a digital agreement between parties. Yeah. And because of its transparency, the traceability, the security, it can enhance the performance and efficacy of the wakaf institutions to govern corporate wakaf funds.
Okay, can you conclude, Madam?
Yes. The contribution of this research is this research proposed an integrated model, a hybrid model called corporate wakaf technology adoption model. So this model can be used for companies to have into their fundraising management programs and can propose to Jauhar, Mawib, Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, the Islamic bodies on the importance of digital fundraising mechanism that could increase the fundraising and also manage the corporate wakaf, yeah. And hopefully it can be included in the Wakaf Act for the socio-economic outcome, which is parallel to our United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to help the poverty and help increase the businesses, yeah. So that's all for me today. Thank you very much for your attention, yeah. Back to you, Topuan.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Putri. We are running out of time, so we have to be a bit rushing. So now I would like Professor Dr. Zuraida Ali. Okay, she will be speaking on regulating charitable organizations, issues and proposal. The co-authors are Dr. Nur Asia Muhammad and Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida Said Abdul Qadir. Dr. Zuraida, welcome.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, proceed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me and can you see the slide?
We can hear you well.
Let me just go very to the topic. We are charitable organization in Malaysia, issues and proposal. So the aims of the paper is to outline the various types of charitable trusts and also to examine to what extent this organization or the form of charitable trust are regulated under Malaysian law. And of course, this will include Muslim charitable trust as well. All right, the objective of this paper, there are two objectives, basically to propose for uniformity of law, procedure and also procedure relating to charitable organization, and also to recommend the establishment for a single body that will basically regulate matters relating to charity in Malaysia. Okay, if we were to look into features and scope of charity in Malaysia, we need to see it from two different angles. One is from the civil law and the other one is from Sharia. So when you talk about charity under civil law, ours is originated from the English law, and the concept and purposes of charity are actually taken from the preamble to Charitable Users Act 1601. This is a very old act, and this act, the preamble just laid down purposes which are charitable in nature. But in 1891, Lord Mountbatten, in one of the case, Pamsel case, has structured it into four charitable purposes. That is really for poverty, advancement of education, advancement of religion, and also other purposes beneficial to the community. So these are the four purposes that Malaysian law is is adopting. And the last three purposes, for it to be charitable, there is a need to prove public purposes. Okay, that brings us to the angle from Islam or Sharia. Definitely in Quran, there are many verses that emphasize on reward and punishment for doing good deeds. And also hadith from the Prophet that propagates the importance of, sorry, I have to, okay, the importance of donating and the benefit that you get in this one, also in hereafter. Okay, if you were to look into the legal framework of charity in Malaysia, so what we can see, comprehensive statute that govern charity, particularly in non-Sharia based charity. And that brings us to the provision under the Federal Constitution of Malaysia, that is the 9th schedule, which has basically emphasized that any matters relating to charity or charitable institution charitable trust, and also trustee that will come within the federal list. And also what has been emphasized again is that WAQF are within the state list. And this is the practice that we can see at the moment, that WAQF comes basically under the purview of Majlis Agama Islam because of the provision under the federal constitution. Okay, and there is a lack of legal provision with regards to detailed management of fund. As well as the powers to investigate, to charge offender, because all this while, when there is a breach in any charitable organization, they will be considered as breach of trust. So punishment can be seen under penal code. Okay, and definitely more importantly, in Malaysia, there is no single regulatory body that is assigned to monitor movement of all administration of charitable organization in Malaysia. Okay, why people are moving towards charity? Because of some advantages. Okay, and I'm going to highlight two advantages, although we have a few. One of it is fiscal advantages, and you can see that under Section 34 of the Income Tax Act, and they have listed down few particulars or subject matters that may come under adjusted income from business that can be deducted from tax. So everybody who want to do things for charitable purposes, for example, if you are donating or you're giving money for education purposes, you want to give money to IIUM, for example, you just give it to Bursa will distribute receipt, and there will be an allocation to say that you get tax exemption. Okay, and also another advantages which has been provided under the Government Proceeding Ordinance Act, it's not Ordinance, Act 1966 under Section 9 subsection 1, that is Attorney General is the protector of charitable trust. So because charitable trust under the civil law is a public trust. So the protector of a public trust is the Attorney General. Okay, there are a few available law that relate to breaches. For example, if you look into the Penal Code, Section 419, okay, it deals with cheating. Any act of cheating, any act to disguise if you disguise as authorized personnel to collect donation, that is a crime. If a person found guilty, then the accused can be jailed up to 7 years, fine or both. And there's also House to House and Street 1947 Act. If you look at Section 3.2, this is where it is meant to regulate public donation. And of course, if let's say you misuse this, you donated, you claim that it's a public donation but use it for private purposes, then again, the penalty will be fine not more than 5,000 and maximum of 2 years. And as far as Majlis Agama Islam is concerned, I'm going to take one under Federal Territory Criminal Offences Act in 1987. It says that if a person was found illegally collecting donation without permission of the state, they may be charged under this particular act. Okay, we're going to highlight a few monitoring bodies in Malaysia that goes on the structured is Registrar of Society. Okay, Registrar of Society, the act that govern Registrar of Society is Society Act 1966. This is an office that comes under the purview of Home Minister, which is responsible in establishment of any society or organization. Okay, and as far as ROS is concerned, you will see that there are certain division of society that may be established under ROS, and on the list that I've shared, some actually may come within the four purview of charitable purposes. Religious, for example, if you set up an organization for charity for religious purposes, that comes under advancement of religion. Trade-related society depends on objective. If it's that solely businesses, definitely that is not charity. Solely private, no, it's not charity. If you are into trading, but more than 70% of the profit is meant for charitable purposes, yes, it can come under charitable. And also there are also allocation. Of course, political parties, they need to be registered under ROS, but the rule is that politics is not charity. Okay, but again, in Malaysia, it is come under the purview of ROS. Environment, there is beneficial purpose. Consumer, yes, and also international friendship, which may come under the last four purposes of charity that Malaysia adopted based on AMSEL's case. Okay, so basically, if you look into the task of ROS, they are there to ensure that all societies comply with established society policies, rules, procedure, and they try to avoid any establishment of illegal society, and then they investigate. They have an investigation body, and they receive complaints from the public. But the task of ROS is not to ensure or to declare whether this society is charitable in nature or not. So they are not in a way there to establish or to regulate any charitable matter. Okay, that brings us to Company Commission of Malaysia, or better known as SSM, Suruhanjaya Syarikat Malaysia. So these are the commission that was established to combine both registrar of businesses and also registrar of companies. Okay, so this was established under Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs, and the commission has power to regulate companies and business in Malaysia, to administer any law, and also the intention is to ensure that the corporate sectors is actually being well monitored and also regulated. So SSM, or Companies Commission, is an agent of government. Okay, and CCM or SSM is also an agency to register foundations. So this is where we can see the element of foundation there. Usually when foundation is being set up, this is for charitable purposes and is registered as a company limited by guarantee, and the authorized share capital, which they require about 1 million. So when you talk about function of CCM or SSM, this varies. Okay, they don't solely focus on charitable foundation only. Okay, that brings us to the third monitoring body, so-called monitoring body. That this come under Legal Affairs Department in the Prime Minister Department, where this department responsible to manage establishment of non-profit organisation under Trustee Incorporation Act. So Trustee Incorporation Act cater for establishment of non-profit foundation and company. This is very different than one under CCM. CCM is that you set up a foundation or you set up a company guaranteed charitable in nature, but you are allowed to conduct businesses, so profit. But as far as foundation under under Legal Affairs Department, or if you were to establish a foundation under the Trustee Incorporation Act, you are not allowed to make profit. What you are allowed to do, a foundation, is that you are entitled to receive donation. You can seek donation from public. So there are about 371 NPOs, non-profit organisation, that were registered under Trustee Incorporation Act. And in 2014, the list show that there was a total of 1.3 billion tax exemption given to these NPOs. Okay, so again, the main problem with Legal Affairs Division, although they are responsible in establishment of non-profit organisation, I think including Yayasan WAQF Malaysia as well, that comes under Trustee Incorporation Act, they were not given the full authority to act as regulator to ensure that whether funds are collected, are donated for solely charitable purposes. There are certain mismanagement of fund that comes under NPO. Okay. In comparison, I'm taking the whole comparison to UK. Although Singapore is a best practice and another one is Australia, but because of the time constraint, I will not go into detail in these two countries. But let us look into Malaysia, because our law, charitable law, originated from England. So they have charitable commission which was established long ago, back in 1853. And they have Charitable Trust Act, 1855, 1860, and the latest is 2011. Their charity law is very advanced. Even now, from 4 purposes under the case of PAMSL, they now, under the Charity Act 2011, they have about 13 charitable purposes. Okay, so for 50 years, the power of monitoring any charitable organization, be it Muslim organization, Christian, whatever, that will come under the charitable purposes, is given to the commission. So commission is independent regulator, non-ministerial, but this is accountable to the Home Secretary. But definitely they are not accountable to Parliament. They are not. The Parliament does not have to question what they are doing, because they are only answerable by the court. Okay, so Charities Act, as I mentioned, 2011, again originated from the preamble, the same with our law. It's just that in Malaysia, despite the fact that we are following Malaysia, we don't have the Charities Act. We don't have anything. We don't have a single act on charity. Okay, so the most important thing about charity commission, they want to ensure that these few objectives are being fulfilled, namely public confidence and public benefit. Because you know, if you were to increase public confidence in donating, that in a way can help people to donate. People want to help. I think Madam Putri was saying that Malaysia has the highest number of contributors. Okay, but what makes most of a charitable organization not functioning, especially WAQF, probably because of the public confidence. People want to know where does your money go, and we don't have that mechanism of regulating a charitable organization in Malaysia like what UK had. Okay, so one of the tasks given to the Charity Commission in England is to increase public trust and public confidence. Public objective is to promote awareness. You understand the operation of public benefit. Why do people need this? What are the institutions that you can donate to? They are very meticulous. They go online. You can just check it. What are the organization that is still intact, whether they are subject to any wrongdoing, misconduct and whatnot. And they are very super IT savvy. Okay, and also when you talk about charitable organization in England and Wales, they have that regulatory body that solve the problem on regulating. Yeah. Okay, if you to compare UK and Malaysia, yes, I'm going to conclude inshallah. No single statute, definitely. Charitable organizations are governed by different statute, and you don't have, in Malaysia, we don't have proper monitoring. So this is where, as a conclusion, what we propose is that for a single regulator, and the regulator need to be a specific regulator for both, because as Prof. Bajoya was saying, WAQF is a national and global institution. Okay, so you don't segregate anymore, WAQF and charity, you know. So there's an urgency to monitor non-profit organization to ensure that this will not lead to any mismanagement or breach of trust. Thank you, Topuan. I end up my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zuraida. That's our paper. Alhamdulillah. Okay, let's move to the next speaker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker has very vast experience as academician, as trust and property manager, and now she is the director for Next Generation Group Venture, specializing in business strategy, business development, risk management, and also marketing strategy. So today, and she was also with Amanah Saham Johor as well as PNB. Okay, so with this vast experience in property and WAQF development, she will present to us careful strategy initiative. Okay, it's a very beautiful presentation, inshallah, and among others on how to transform trust fund to trust WAQF fund. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Hafsa Ahmad to present us her presentation, to have her presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, and thank you the organizer and moderator, Prof. Puan Dr. Asiah Muhammad. I'm not presenting an academic paper today, but rather sharing the insight on the approach of WAQF management following the Group 2 discussion on the WAQF strategic plan at IWAQF last time. IWAQF is one of the strategic partners of the Global WAQF Forum. Okay, main theme of the presentation today is that the integration of investment management approach into WAQF management could facilitate the WAQF sector to be the mover in driving our future economy and could instill WAQF as our culture. Okay, being the last presenter, I'll make the presentation concise, sharing three focus elements for WAQF development. First is on the regulatory approach, the regulatory landscape, of which we would like to highlight a strategic approach to WAQF management in positioning WAQF to drive the future and next generation economy. And secondly, on the WAQF master plan, we recommend the 5 strategic trusts for WAQF market development and mapped 18 initiatives to strengthen the governance and processes of WAQF management. And lastly, on the WAQF product and markets, we propose that WAQF resources, particularly the cash WAQF, are pooled, preserved, and grown in the WAQF trust fund, of which the income distribution or dividends are structurally benefited to the dedicated beneficiaries through intermediaries. Okay, WAQF as part of the philanthropic or third sector emerged as to be the hybrid in the two-sector economic model, private sector and public sector. And this emergence is in order to potentially address the typical problems associated to the dominance of the WAQF sector economy, namely the inequality as well as the government debt burdens. Okay. So WAQF as the third sector of the economy should be strategically directed and designed, leading to higher growth with low inequality and poverty, resulting to a broad-based people well-being, socially, spiritually, and economically. So this session will highlight the progressing evolutionary approach of WAQF management and outline 5 strategic thrusts for WAQF development, namely conducive and orderly WAQF market development, trusted WAQF entities and professional, organizational capabilities and competencies, wealth generation, preservation, and value co-creation, and finally, community engagement and empowerment. Okay, the legacy approach of WAQF management currently is centralized in 3 parties. Okay, WAQF, the trustee, State Islamic Religious Council as the sole trustee, and beneficiaries. Okay. And this sole trustee hold and manage the entrusted WAQF assets from registration to the generating and management of WAQF assets, and then the income or the benefit be distributed to the beneficiaries. So all these functions, okay, is done by the sole trustee. And currently it started evolving recently with the appointment of mutawalis for higher education sector. And this legacy approach is expected to evolve in 2 directions. Okay, so it's more strategic approach, and it's towards a more collaborative contract-based mutawali system, which is under the purview of MRR, Majlis Raja-Raja, and toward a structured purposeful WAQF product. So this is what we would like to expect from the WAQF market and WAQF sectors. So in this contract-based mutawali system, which is to be headed by a supervisory entity, okay, it can be incorporated company, incorporated bodies established by all SIRCs, if possible, or if not possible, it can be done at a state level first. Okay, so under this mutawali system, okay, so we would expect that there will be other functional entities helping and assisting the sole trustee to manage the WAQF asset. Okay. So 4 main entities, functional entities are important here. Okay, of which these entities should be approved and registered, okay, under a single supervisory entity. And these functional entities are administrators, registered trustees, fund or asset managers, and finally the intermediaries. So these intermediaries function as to distribute the income or the benefit from the WAQF asset to the dedicated beneficiaries. So we should have a centralized or structured or functional entities so that the WAQF management will be effective for socio-economic development. Okay, at the same time, okay, we would expect that there would be more development in the WAQF markets by having or designing purposeful WAQF scheme to be embedded with the dedicated beneficiaries. So it means the products here currently the markets, okay, of the WAQF markets are not structured. Okay, and the WAQF say if we want to donate or to participate, okay, we have to think of in what area that our fund to be channeled. So under this approach, the policymakers and the leaders, okay, should think of what would be the scheme that would be designed so that it can address as well the issue of economic problems, okay? The prevailing economic problem as well as the structural economic problem. Okay, structural, it includes like in terms of the sectors, okay, in the economy that drive the economic growth just now. Okay, and okay, one important element here when we talk about these purposeful WAQF schemes is that this WAQF fund schemes, okay, is administered by administrators, okay, and it has its own separate account, okay, separated from the trustee and fund asset manager. So it would be more transparent, okay, and it has greater accountability, transparency, okay, and have the scale for impact. Okay, now we look at the strategic trust, okay, from that direction, from the strategic approach that's now. So we identify 5 trusts, okay, with the strategic goals and initiative for WAQF market development. Okay, so this is the first trust, okay, conducive and orderly WAQF market development. The goal is to shape the landscape for orderly WAQF market and institution, and it has at least three initiatives: regulatory framework, WAQF product and markets, and WAQF ecosystem. Okay, so I just explain. If let's say I explain one by one, it may take a long time. Okay, but you may look at the slide and I just browse or just explain the key points here. Okay, the second trust is to have the trusted WAQF entities and professional. So here the goal, the strategic goal is to develop and adhere strong governance mechanism and practices for WAQF entities. Okay, so the 3 initiatives, okay, would be WAQF governance, okay, WAQF supervisory system and management structure, as well as WAQF principles, codes, guidelines, and standards. Okay. So the third trust is on the organizational capabilities and competencies. Okay, this would be more for the administrators and WAQF service providers. Okay, the goal is to develop capabilities and competencies for operational excellence and financial sustainability. So the WAQF entities, as well as the WAQF service providers, they should have sustainable financial models, okay, to support the WAQF entities. Okay? Because you know the WAQF funds, okay, should be separated from this functional WAQF entities, and they should be able to have the financial sustainability in terms of the business models, okay, of which normally if let's say a fund, for instance, administrators form or establish a fund, the income that the administrators get is in the form of management fee. Okay, trustee, for instance, they have a trustee fee. Okay, so the second initiative for the third trust is the WAQF competencies. Okay, this is capabilities and competencies for WAQF entities. So this is very important as well to support and to drive the WAQF sector toward achieving the productivity in economic, okay, as well as addressing the socioeconomic problems. Okay. The third is on the third initiative is WAQF expert and professionals. Okay. The fourth is WAQF technology and data analytics. So this is very important as well. And two presenters just now talking about blockchains, okay, technology. So this is very the application of the blockchain technology is very important for the WAQF development. Okay, and of course, lastly, the applied research and development. So the platform like today's session is very important to have the applied research and to develop the markets, the WAQF market sector. Okay, the fourth thrust is wealth generation, preservation, and value creation. So this is the crux of the WAQF management, of which the WAQF asset should be able to be preserved while it create value. Okay? It means there is a value creation. Okay, so the objective, the goal is to mobilize sustainable economic resources for impactful returns through prudent WAQF management. So the initiative includes WAQF portfolio construction, WAQF asset class and sectoral allocation, and WAQF investment appraisal and selection. Okay, this initiative is aligned more toward the fund management. So we could have more initiative for the property management, for the development of the property or WAQF land. Okay, the last thrust is community engagement and empowerment. The goal is to promote holistic community engagement through stakeholders management as well as WAQF holders management and impact delivery. So here the initiative include structured distribution policy, okay, of which normally this one we expect that intermediaries entities, okay, to fulfill this function, develop manfaat distribution policy and strategy based on the Maqasid Syariah, SDG, and the prevailing development policies. Okay, the other initiative is strategic networking and constructive collaboration. Okay, next is the reporting and impact-based assessment, and the last is the sourcing strategy for WAQF market development. The sourcing strategy means that okay, from the stakeholders, from the WAQF holders as well. So it should have a continuum arrangement, and the community as well would be the source for the WAQF markets by engaging in other products of the WAQF, other products in the WAQF market. Okay, so these three trusts, these five trusts, okay, it can be associated with the function of the markets and regulators, and then the second trust would be related to supervisory and trustees. The trust on the administrators and WAQF service providers. The fourth trust on the fund and asset managers, and finally the fifth trust corresponds with the intermediaries function. Okay, now we look at the WAQF ecosystem. In order to have the trust to implement the strategic trust, okay, we need a WAQF ecosystem here, okay, that support the development. Okay, so here we can see that up here is regulators. This is the main entities in the WAQF ecosystem. And next would be the supervisory entity that I explained just now. And the remaining is the WAQF service providers. Okay. So these WAQF service providers will make the WAQF activities flourish and more more trusted product as well, because the regulatory or supervisory entity should have or should produce the WAQF principles, policies, and so on, so that this WAQF service providers could adhere to that policies or principles. Okay? So that is very important to make sure that all the functional entities as well as the service providers are trusted and registered entities. Okay?
Doctor, can you conclude?
Yeah. So finally, we conclude that WAQF sector development needs an infrastructure. And okay, here it means the sector needs to have the contract-based mutawali system, okay, develop WAQF markets by designing purposeful WAQF schemes, and finally to develop a comprehensive and executable WAQF master plan. Okay, so of course there would be some challenges, and we would expect that these challenges are to be looked into, okay, especially in terms of the harmonization of rules, okay, awareness, okay, data and statistics. Of course, this one is initiative, and the okay. Now for this current year, we expect that there will be some elements of products in the markets, of which the Islamic Unit Trust Fund, okay, such as ASNB and ASB, for instance, would have the WAQF features that will contribute to the WAQF Trust Fund. Okay, for the WAQF strategic plan, the focus is here. Okay, so this is actually the crux of the WAQF management. Okay, I think that all. I end my session, and thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hafsa, for the very enlightening presentation. I think we have listened to the word strategies and strategic throughout our conference, and that shows you plan to fail. And of course, I think we have a lot of agenda in our basket. All right, we come to our last session. This presentation will be recorded base from Mr. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki. He's the Executive Chairman, Sokoto State Zakat and Waqaf Commission, Deputy Secretary General World Zakat Forum in West Africa. Okay, so I leave it to the Secretariat for the presentation of the recorded version of Mr. Lawal Maidoki.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The chairman and moderator, our esteemed, distinguished brother, this session, our esteemed, distinguished brother and convener, Dr. Professor Ghazali, all other distinguished personalities in the 8th Global Zakat, WAQF Forum. I greet you in the best form of greeting, which is peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Having said that, our topic of discussion today is the role of 3 WAQF in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goal. I wish to say that today, what the whole committee is doing and trying to create awareness on the importance of WAQF, it is an important endeavor that is worth venturing into by all and sundry. And I thank the organizers, despite the pandemic situation all over the world, for being able to organize the 8th Global WAQF Conference 2020. I wish by next year, inshallah, it will be a physical meeting, not through virtual. Distinguished brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, at our own end here in Nigeria, and in particular, the Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment Commission, by our law that established our commission, part of the law is for us to strive hard and create awareness on WAQF and the various opportunities in that is being challenged with the issue of desertification. Now, this further underscores the importance of us thinking deeply on how best to achieve an ecosystem that will encourage an environment worth living and for a peaceful and egalitarian society. Therefore, in this outline today, apart from this introduction, we have the issue of the conceptual view of what we call by 3 WAQF, and then our economic trees, which we are venturing into as at now, and then why the 3 WAQF itself, and then our target, as well as the sustainable development goals, which are almost known to everyone, and then the 3 WAQF and its convergence with SDG. And finally, we give the conclusion and then also some of the references. It is indeed estimated that 1.6 billion people across the world rely on forest resources for their livelihood. And almost 1.2 billion live in the extreme economic hardship. This has been reported by World Bank. When we come down to our country home here in Nigeria, most of the people in northern Nigeria are also living in the extreme poverty and lack of necessities to maintain a decent standard of living. Sufficient and nutritious food, adequate shelter, as well as access to health services, energy sources, education, and healthy environment are indeed a great challenge. However, the SDG, on the other hand, are a universal call to action, an end to poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that people enjoy peace and prosperity. Therefore, this paper, our commission, that is the Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment Commission, finds a cost-effective method of achieving the SDG through the 3 WAQF. I believe by the time you follow me, you will understand this concept very well. But it will suffice to say that 3 WAQF means raising or of an economic tree or funding for the establishment of an economic tree to be used as a tool to create benefits or profits which are obtained from the fruits of that tree, or from the leaves, or from the trunk of that tree, or from the roots of that tree, that is for charitable causes. It is a system of planting an economic tree for the purpose of improving the economic livelihood of people. It is also to protect our environment. Therefore, 3 WAQF involves work in higher value, long productive life, economic tree focus on community ownership, management, and exploitation. This is very important because while you are fighting desertification, you need to make people that live around in the villages to own this particular process, not only for their livelihood in this world, but also for their spiritual life. Therefore, it is an important tool that one could say, if all agree to propagate the concept of 3 WAQF, will have a better life in this world and also in the life hereafter. Some of these trees currently we are propagating include the neem trees. It's not common, but it's an important economic tree. The date palm, we know its value. Everyone knows the value of the date palm. And then there are also others like cashew, the tamarind, and then the guava, the moringa, the mango, and also the citrus. These are some of the economic trees we are propagating within the urban and the rural areas for the benefit of the community now and inshallah for the future. Having said that as well, we now look at why this 3 WAQF. Some of the points I would like to put before my respected distinguished brothers and sisters all over the world is that climate change and poverty, link our process and the conditions that are interrelated. When you look at the issue of the climate change, it is making people to become more impoverished. Therefore, the need to really look into this aspect or look at this sector cannot be overemphasized. While climate change and global warming affect the environment, especially agriculture, it also affects humans, and not only humans, all other living things. Climate change globally impacts poverty, particularly in low-income communities. This is being witnessed in many parts of the world. Therefore, investing in rural people is a long-term solution to so many of these problems we face today. Example, the issue of hunger, the issue of poverty, the issue of youth unemployment, the issue of forced migration, all have deep root in rural areas, and all can be vastly improved through investing in small-scale agriculture and inclusive rural development. Because 3 WAQF also give chance for silviculture and also other forms of agriculture like intercropping. A research conducted by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, has shown that in sub-Saharan Africa, investment in agriculture is up to 11 times more effective in reducing extreme poverty than investment in any other sector. So when you are talking of fighting poverty in West Africa or in Africa, it is good that you also think of agriculturally inclined, investment. And the 3 WAQF is one that gives several kinds, of investment and integrate rural people, as well as encourage the youth to, have an employment within their community. Therefore, it is important also to mention that in this, we are one of the nations described to have a certain percentage of our communities living under the poverty line. Therefore, when people live in such poverty, then there should be an end. So where we are now, here in Sokoto State, our population is about 5.7 million people, according to 2017 estimation. Therefore, what we intend to do now through this 3 WAQF, by God's grace, is to reduce this object poverty by 25%. And this is going to be achieved, inshallah, from now to 2025. We also have in the arrangement of our vision and mission to have about 15 million high yield and higher value trees across the state. We have 87 districts. We intend to cover them 100% by year 2025. While we intend to cover our secondary schools so that the younger ones will have this inspiration, and who are going to grow and take over from the elderly will now have to have this knowledge right from their childhood. And that's why we have targeted about 400 secondary schools in the state whom we are going to use their land for this kind of activity. And then the issue of the integrated 3 WAQF ecosystem is actually what we are propagating these days to ensure that our young are carried along at their tender age. So the Sustainable Development Goals, if we are to come specific, some people will ask, why 3 WAQF and also the Sustainable Development Goal? Now listen to me. One, there are 17 SDGs which the United Nations General Assembly in 2015 have agreed to. Now the SDG are part of the Resolution 71 of the United Nations General Assembly, which is aimed at transforming our world by 2030. And that agenda is for the sustainable development. So each of the SDG has a separate list of targets to achieve. And achieving all 169 targets will signal accomplishment of 17 SDG. Therefore, the SDG covers social and economic development issues. Am I right? Okay. Now, if you can follow me through this presentation, you will discover that goal number 1 of the SDG is that it brings an end to poverty. 3, reduces poverty by providing food and additional income all year round. If you take a date palm tree now, a date palm tree produces not than 100 kg. In our environment here, date palm tree produces twice in a year. And when you have 100, if a kg equals to, let's say, $1, can you imagine how many dollars you will have? And if you multiply that with a number of trees at the distance of 5 meters or 7 meters or 8 meters, you can imagine what a house will get. The second one is a zero hunger. That is, if we adopt 3 WAQF system, to a large extent, it will bring an end to the issue of hunger. So the hunger will be zero because roots has give us the opportunity to supplement staple food and ability to buy more from the sales you have made. And then also tree workup improve the health and well-being because they enhance good health by providing nutritious and rich food at different sessions. If you look at also goal number 4, quality of education, a small backyard orchard can enable a mother to provide for the education of her children. And here in Sokoto State, Nigeria, we have adopted what we call tree workup for orphans' livelihood, and tree workup for education, and tree workup for newly married couples. There is no time to explain much about this, but these are projects that we have started, and we have covered not less than presently about 870 beneficiaries. Then on goal number 5, clean water and sanitation. Tree reduces groundwater pollution by absorption of some harmful substance, and also by a lot of contribution to the roots activities. Number 7, affordable and clean energy. Trees provide fuel, wood, which provide domestic energy in rural areas. And number 8, decent work and economic growth. Trees provide gainful employment and the control of resources by the poor themselves because it is rural based and it is also community based as per our own concept of tree workup. In goal number 9, it is the issue of industry, innovations and infrastructure. Tree workup promote the growth of cottage industry through the provision of raw materials. All raw materials are mostly from agriculture and are mostly from agro workup. Then there is the number 10. Number 10 talks about inequality. The tree grows without differentiating whether it is planted by a woman or a man. Therefore, tree workup will reduce inequality through both empowering the vulnerable within the community, whether they are male or female, whether they are big or small, it does not matter. In fact, tree workup also bring about sustainable cities and communities. Trees can help in no small measure in the beautification and the sustainability of our cities. Aesthetics without tree is almost incomplete. In goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. Tree workup improve the quality and variety of fruits and enhance the diets as well as and the productivity of the land, which generate higher yield and a wider range of products. Those in the agri sector knew the importance of tree in making every environment more friendly, more productive. In goal number 13, climate action. Now, in the climate action, everyone is so concerned about it. Now, tree improves the environment by carbon capture and by halting desertification. This is not the best method ever in the world to actually checkmate or mitigate this kind of, scourge or menace within the society is tree workup. It is also through the tree workup that probably we find, maintaining the ecosystem and other wildlife, and then conservation. There are many other things that time will not permit to mention in terms of the benefit of the tree workup, because even our medicine are extracted mostly from this tree. Then on a final note, when we come to conclusion, our own commission here, in which the state government and many other institutions are coming to terms with our concept, is that we plan to use tree workup to fight poverty and ensure food security in our community. So DECOM has strategically collaborate with the national research institutions such as universities, corporate organizations, and individuals within Nigeria and also within Sokoto State. So far, over 40,000 seedlings of date palm has been procured and planted all over the state. Similar plans for cashew, neem, tamarind, moringa, and mango are concluded and are already being in the stage of implementation. Therefore, this paper recommends global adoption of tree WAQF as a powerful Islamic economy tool for attaining the sustainable development goal. I wish to thank each and every one of you for this opportunity, and I look forward to hearing your contribution on this paper and also participating in this very laudable activity that is beneficial in this world and also in the life hereafter. I believe this will help the rural, especially those who dwell in the rural communities, and it will also help the urban by giving the necessary things we require from the rural to keep the urban. Thank you very much for listening, and Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Lawal. And ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the academic session, and I think we are very fortunate today. We have been enlightened by the experts in various fields for more than 2 hours. A big thumbs up to all of them, and we can agree that this session has unveiled many important WAQF strategies and initiatives towards enriching WAQF activities. So now the question is with us, the ball is in our court. Tepuk dada tanya Iman, nak buat ke tak nak buat. Okay. So there are policy considerations, individual points for action, as well as organizational initiative proposal put forward in this conference, which are very, very relevant and very timely. Okay, so I think I would like to end this with the doa that may Allah guide us always reach our destiny in the our work for WAQF, and the perfection is only for Allah alone, and all the defects are all mine. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
You will eat this stuff. You bring that in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Here again, we come to the end of this great conference today. Alhamdulillah, I'd like to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His kindness and hidayah to all of us to stay on until the end, which is around 6 hours, despite the technical glitches which we acknowledge. But Allah knows better, but He has guided us to stay on until this afternoon. My dear fellow colleagues, delegates, and those who are at home and across the world, what we have done today is our next transition session to allow WAQF become a global discipline for all mankind to revisit, especially for this generation that are within us and our future generations to come. We have done today our gratitude to Allah Ta'ala for allowing us to speak on a subject so close to our life. And today, our 14 distinguished speakers, academicians, and young scholars have shared their views, insight, exposure, and also ideas, plus proposals for all of us that Allah has guided us on today. Alhamdulillah, we have a hit of 870, and the highest at one time is 400. And also, we have received positive chats to us, which we will review, and also we will answer back to all of you in due time. So this being a subject of serious concern to our community, any guidance from those expert scholars will be imperative for us to forward this program called WAQF in Action. My dear friends, as in our normal tradition in the last 8 years, we give a conclusion of the key thoughts that are spearheaded by our thinkers, scholars, as well all of you who have given your own thoughts on the screen. Now allow me, my dear brothers and sisters, to speak and read the resolutions of this conference that was initiated and formulated together, led by my colleague yang berbahagia Tuan Associate Professor Dr. Nur Aisyah Muhammad. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Global WAQF Forum, date 8 December, time 9:30 to 2:30 Malaysian time, venue University Razak, Malaysia. The main organizer is the University Tun Abdul Razak. The co-organizers are the International Islamic University, Malaysia, IUM, and the Madinah International University, Malaysia, and Fintera. Resolutions. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Global WAQF Conference is a platform to discuss various issues on WAQF through the participation of the key persons in the WAQF-related industries, such as policy makers, practitioners, as well as researchers, and the WAQF entrepreneurs. This year's theme is practicing new strategy strands of WAQF, directions in every facet of life, where the focus of the presentation are, but not limited to, new initiatives and benefits of WAQF, poverty alleviation tools, initiative, and direction and policies and legal framework, technological advancement, as well as Sharia perspective of WAQF as tool, products, and Islamic foundation of WAQF. Based on the roundtable discussion, conference, presentation, and discussion, the 8th DWC 2020 sets the resolutions as below. 1. Considering the uncertainties taking place around the globe, 8WC calls for a review or revisit of our National WAQF Master Plan and formulation of new strategic initiative emphasizing the role of WAQF in solving social economic issues. Second, calling for strategic collaboration through innovation, co-creation, sanity, and interface of all opportunities with active and impactful participation from the federal government line agencies, JAHA, the government-linked companies, government-linked investment companies, and state Islamic Religious Council and institution of higher learning towards building a healthy WAQF ecosystem. Third, calling for establishment of a new WAQF Center of Excellence in promoting new WAQF advocacy and education at all levels and authority. 4. Considering the urgency of providing capital for sustainable WAQF development, the 8th GWC recommends for a policy consideration in adopting cash WAQF for operational and ground level leadership in all institutions. 5. Calling for the use of artificial intelligence tool for WAQF via blockchain or other IT platform with sufficient support for preparation of human capital. 6. Enhancing the WAQF legal framework via introduction of new laws, unifying existing laws, establishing commissioner for charity to regulate the charitable activities, and forming various board and committees for supervising, reporting, and collective decision making. 7. Acknowledging the importance of WAQF in the realization of the new sustainable goal, the gender WAQF in every phase of life must be set at the forefront of all programs or projects. 8. Agreeing to endorse simplicity in all WAQF procedures, agreeing to provide better access to WAQF, thus it will reach and practiced by all members of society, hence reflect the good image of the WAQF caretaker and the WAQF entrepreneur. 9. The conference agrees to propose for the establishment of a steering committee for National WAQF Master Plan consisting of the State Religious Council or MAIN, JAKIM, Johor, and a representative from the Ministry of Finance, representative from the government-linked companies led by PMB and other private WAQF, chaired by the Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Islamic Affairs, and answerable to the Council of Rulers, the Majlis Raja-Raja Malaysia, which is the custodian of Islam under the Federal Constitution. I have additional resolutions that came in recently. Let me speak. Next, calling for the usage of fintech in collecting WAQF funds must uphold accountability, transparency, and higher standard of reporting. And calling for the examination on the practice of making temporary WAQF as implemented in other countries and to assess its potential in Malaysia. 11. Calling for strategic cooperation with financial institutions which can offer funding for WAQF development projects in the state. My dear brothers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, these are the considered conclusions of the 8th WAQF Global Conference for the year 2020. Before we end, I must conclude that we are serious and Malaysia has to take the stewardship together with other fellow nations for a definite alternative system to allow portable adoption of WAQF as a wealth creation and wealth distribution system that will address the global insecurity coming from grim economic crisis over the years that has affected nations with economic crisis, with dismal corporate performance, and more so at the initial level and a community level will affect the life and prosperity of individual families and society. Today, we cannot but pray that we will be open to new form of guidance and allow our countries, our communities, and corporate leaders, plus the political leadership, to take WAQF as a serious way of life in our emerging nations. Today, we must repeat that we will unlearn 70 years of all what we have done in the development tragedies of our country. We are complementing together with the SDG and to offer comparable systems where we will together answer mankind's desires, wants, and pleasures in our common pursuit of happiness and success for mankind. We pray in Malaysia, a country of multi-religion, multicultural, and multi-language and multi-lifestyle, we can continue to showcase the nation that what the pursuit of happiness by all who are entrusted with authority of position, with authority of wealth, With authority of that work, with authority of influence, we must share the pain and the pleasure and the happiness of this country together. Only then will this country will experience a long-term longevity of its own enduring prosperity of this country. Nations before or empires before had long life of longevity. Some are 5,000 years, some are 2,000 years. But we must create a future that gives us success and happiness to all, so that within the ambit of a moral premise and scripture-based economic or social model, WAQF stands for you to understand, to comprehend, to experience, and to share, for all with similar reasoning, that we will believe WAQF will become and retain its role in the country as a definitive worldview, political, economic, social system that fit for mankind, for all human success and stay on this earth and hereafter. With that, let me take this opportunity once again to tell all our distinguished speakers, our distinguished delegates, and our eminent visitors that have been with us from the morning to afternoon. We would like to acknowledge the presence on virtual, the Chief Justice of Sharia Court, my dear friend, Yama Arif, and of course, our winner of last year's first Global WAQF Icon Leadership, Professor Rashid, was with us till this afternoon. And all of my friends who are belonging to the WAQF fraternity, Malaysia, and all our countries, which really amounts to more than 20 countries, may Allah bless us, ourselves, our family, that we'll meet again, inshallah, next year, 2020, for the 9th Global WAQF Conference. Thank you very much. May Allah bless us again, and I seek your forgiveness for any our lapse or discomfort in the way we organize this meeting. Inshallah, wa billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Fill me out with your smile, while the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame, I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down, 'cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.